Good afternoon. Welcome to the June 23rd, 2020 workshop of the Hernando County School Board. We do have some, if you don't have the up-to-date workshop agenda, we do have some changes. Our first item will be the return to school, second, millage referendum, third, budget, fourth, health insurance, fifth, athletic handbook, sixth, student code of conduct. Seventh is listed as the review of the College and Career Programs Department proposed reorganization and job descriptions. After discussion with Mr. Stratton, we are removing that. It will go on the July 28th workshop agenda. So from following that, then we have the Equal Opportunity Schools and then Edgenuity Online. So with that, Mr. Stratton, the return to school plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome back, Board. Good to see everybody here. Dennis, welcome. Today we're presenting the return to school plan for August, and heading that up has been Lisa Cropley, our Executive Director. And a talented team is before you here as well. There's been a lot of people involved in this. We've had parental involvement along with some medical professionals. It's been reviewed periodically by the health department, so a lot of different agencies involved trying to make sure that we're doing the best that we can to keep everybody safe and educate them. So I welcome Lisa and your team, so thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Cropley, Executive Director of Student Support Programs, and I have a team of people with me that were key components to putting this plan together. We have Joe Colassa, our Director of Student Services, Lori Drenth, Director of Food and Nutrition, Ralph Leaf, our Director of Transportation, and Arjali Cespedes, Manager of our Environmental Services. I want to start off by saying that this is a living, breathing document. We needed to have a starting point, and we needed to get to a point where we could present what we have so far. We know that as things change in our state, that we may have to amend this, we may have to add to it, we may have to tweak it, and we expect all of those things to happen. So you will see in the plan, it has also allowed for a lot of site-based decisions because we have different size schools, we have different schedules, different enrollment types. So there are a lot of things that are left to not the discretion, but working out the logistics at each site will look differently. So we left that leeway in there for that to happen. And again, we will revisit it and update as needed. So I know that this is small, but that tells you how many people were involved in this task force and having input into our return to school plan. And we met on several occasions virtually and shared a Google Doc where everybody had access to add their parts into the Google Doc, as well as a folder to share resources that we all came across that might be useful for any one of us to have access to. The first thing that the team did was come up with a parent survey, and we wanted to know where parents were thinking, what were they feeling comfortable with as far as August. We all know that they wanted us to have a plan. So on May 29th, we came up with a parent survey. It was a very simple parent survey that was pushed out through all of our social media avenues, every email address we had on file, as well as our mobile app. It was open for 2 weeks. There was a reminder sent about midpoint in the survey, and again the day before it closed. And Ms. Jordan has informed me it's one of the most robust surveys that we have done as a district, with almost 4,000 families responding, and that equaled to almost 6,000 students total. So it was a pretty good turnout. How many went out? I would have to ask Karen, but it went out to every email we had on file, and then just through all of the social media aspects, so you could click on the link. returned. Well, we have 22,000 students, so yeah, it's a pretty decent return. So the first question that we ask them is, do you feel comfortable sending your child back to school? Yes or no? And if you answered no, you were able to write some comments in. Just give us some anecdotal information as to why you don't feel comfortable, in hopes that we could use that information when crafting the plan. Can we address some of these concerns? 70% at the end of the survey said that they were comfortable sending their students back to school in August. The comments that were written, the anecdotals, a lot of them centered around a few different themes. One, it's really difficult to social distance in a school setting. Two, either the child or somebody in the family had an underlying health condition and they just, didn't want to take that chance. And three, it was more like, I'm not necessarily uncomfortable, I just feel it's too soon to make that decision. So those were the three themes that were coming across in the comments. So the next question was, if you were given, Mr. Lodato?
Lisa, let me ask you a question. You got 70% response out of the people who came back, right? And since you have representatives, so you have Ralph here and you have food service here, the teachers were represented there too. Did they do a survey, or did you do a survey for the teachers and for transportation from your own employees and your own employees to find out how they felt about returning back to school? Do you feel comfortable with it? I mean, did you?
No, we did not.
Are you going to follow up with a survey in that direction?
Yes, HR is actually working on a survey right now to kind of get an idea of those that may have some underlying conditions, that may have some concerns. And as you'll see when we get through the plan, when we talk about the digital e-school option for students, how we're hoping that that information can come into play with that.
Okay, so then it would be at a later date that you would do this, or would it be coming up pretty quick?
They're working on it right now, so it's not very extensive of a survey, but it will give us some good information.
Because I'd like to know what maintenance things, and everybody who is in the district, I'd like to know what their input is and how they feel about it. We're asking the parents, which is excellent, and you got the survey out, which was pretty strong. It's surprising that they didn't all come back and give you an opinion one way or another, but that's just the way it is when you throw out a poll or a survey.
Mm-hmm. And we knew that sending it out, and it was really good feedback.
Yeah. Thank you.
Gus, did you have
No,
a
I'm
question?
okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Linda has.
I wanted to ask you, I noticed you have August 1st as the date for e-school, and I was looking at other schools' plans. For instance, Pasco County, it's July 1st. Is there a reason why it seems like August 1st is really pushing in terms of not giving us a lot of time? If I know I read in Hillsborough, 53% of the families chose, to go back traditionally. So that's a big chunk in Hillsborough who aren't real comfortable with that.
August 1st, where?
I believe if you're talking about the date that the parents have to respond with their option, I think that's July 20.
It was on the survey.
Yeah.
Are you talking, Ms. Prescott, on the survey?
No, it's like it said Hernando e-school virtual option that may be available starting August 10th.
That's the first day of school.
Okay,
So when you come back to school on August 10th, are you going to choose Hernando e-school, or are you going to choose to return face-to-face? So August 10th is the return to school day, the first day of school.
Okay, so we can't find out before August 10th who's
Yes.
going to, okay.
We will.
And what is that day?
It's, we have, in the survey, we sent it at July 15th.
Okay.
Talking about how long it would take to look at staffing needs and things like that. We spoke with Ms. Brooks, the principal of Hernando e-school, and we pushed it back to July 21st. All being said, knowing we have to be flexible because we're in every day, things are changing as far as numbers.
And parents could change their mind.
Right.
So how do parents notify the school district that they want to do the e-school option?
So when we push out this information, they're going to be given the website of Hernando eSchool, and they can go there. Ms. Brooks has it all set up for them to go look at the information and to register.
Okay, now will there be like a frequently asked questions? Like,
Yes.
again, if they choose e-school, they must stay there for a semester. And of course, there's a lot of concern that emails that I've been getting with parents who have students in magnet schools that they're going to lose their, place if they elect this option. And I'm assuming, is that still our policy, or are we?
That's misinformation that has been
Yeah.
put out there.
Oh, okay.
No, they're
Super.
not going to, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're not going to lose their seat by choosing the first semester to be on e-school.
Okay.
We didn't
so
think that was fair to anybody in this process.
it just didn't sound right to me, and I thought, well, maybe there was some, Florida statute or something that caused us to come up with that. So that will be in the FAQs, that if you elect e-school, you will not lose your spot in the magnet school.
Correct.
Yeah, we decided that would be best approached through the Magnet School Procedures Manual as a one-time
Time
only
thing. Okay.
for this coming school year.
Okay, so we're just going to try to make it as clear as possible and get that misinformation out. Okay,
Yes.
out of the way. Okay, thank you.
So this is what we prefaced before the next question in the survey. We wanted parents to know this is what your crisis remote learning looked like. And should you choose the Hernando eSchool option, it is going to look different. Hernando eSchool does look different. Our students taking it right now. So we want parents to be able to make an informed decision about their child's education and what is going to be expected. So we really wanted them to know that it requires self-motivation. We had some struggles in getting students to perform this last 9 weeks. And if you're going to choose this option, you have to know that you have to be self-motivated. We're not going to provide you with the devices. They need to have their own devices and their own access points, as do any student who enrolls in Hernando eSchool at this time. So we wanted them to kind of see a visual of what the differences would be in the two platforms. And so we asked them, given these two options, returning face-to-face with some safety precautions in place, or choosing Hernando eSchool, now that you know what Hernando eSchool kind of looks like or how it's different from what you just experienced, what are you more likely to choose when your student returns in August? And 86% overall said that they were more than likely to choose the face-to-face option. And as we went through this survey over the 2 weeks, we checked it every day. That percentage really hadn't changed in the whole course of the survey. So it remained pretty consistent.
Lisa,
Yes.
what would this do to our teacher staff at this time if we have a big influx of people who do want to go into e-school?
Yes, so we're going to address that in the presentation. So if you want to wait until that, Mr. Lodato, or I can try to answer it now. We have it planned. So given this information from the survey, we had to prepare for all different options. So when we started this, we didn't know from the governor if he was going to allow schools to even reopen. Now we know that he is allowing schools to open and encouraging that. We still felt we wanted to have all plans in place. So Plan A is a safe return to school. We're going to give parents the option, understanding that there are some people who feel uncomfortable sending their child back to school for whatever the reason. So you can either return face-to-face, and we're going to show them what that looks like, or you can choose the eSchool option, and here's what it requires. So those are our two options that we're giving parents for August. We also had to plan for Plan B. What if schools remain closed? We know that the governor says, we're open, but numbers are rising. We could end up not having to come back in August or not being able to. So we had to come up with a plan for that. And then a Plan C, if we do come back in August and something happens again, as it did in March, and we have to close mid-year, we needed to have a plan in place for that. So those are the three things that we worked on. So in our safe return to school, we had to take into consideration everything that happens throughout the school day, how we get kids to school, how we feed them, knowing that cleaning is also an issue, so we needed to address that. What does it look like in our buildings, and so on and so forth. So we kind of came up with a little bit of a plan for each one of those areas throughout the school day, so we could show people what it's going to look like. So we're going to start with transportation. Some of the key points that Ralph and his team have worked on in this plan are really to do their best to reduce the number of students, not only at each stop, but on each bus. We have some large subdivisions that have large gatherings of kids, so breaking those stops up to accommodate fewer students standing at any one location. He's also looking at some sanitizer that I believe they have them installed already. Correct? The hand sanitizers on the buses. The drivers will be encouraging the students to use it when they get on the bus, when they get off the bus. And we are going to request, and I say request, encourage, educate students and our drivers on wearing masks, but not mandate them. And then, of course, they do this anyway, but maintaining that accurate seat chart in the event that we do end up with a sick bus and we have to do some contact tracing.
Lisa, will the bus drivers have any special shielding, with the exception of mask, when they're all coming on board and exiting the bus?
I don't believe so.
No, Ralph, it's not. Is that feasible at all, Ralph? Or
I've seen some promotions for it, but I haven't seen anything price-wise. I'm sure it's very expensive.
what I'm concerned about is, they have their bus routes, and I've been on their buses, and so I worry about as the students are coming in and exiting. I mean, they're all passing by our bus drivers, and we don't want to subject them to any kind of danger either. So there may be an extra shield on their face or something that would help them, with the exception, with the addition to their mask.
We can look into that. No problem.
The next area that they wanted to address with transportation is really making sure that we have some good cleaning protocols in place. So in addition to their daily end of the day detailed cleaning, they're going to look at creating those routes with enough time in between so that they can clean the buses after every group of students. And all those contact areas, the seat buckles, the grips getting onto the bus, even the driver's compartment area, wiping that down and utilizing. And you'll hear in a few about some additional equipment that we'll be purchasing in order to help that process move along. The other plan was to create a procedure for if there is a identified case on a sick bus and what that would look like for removing it from their routes for however long it takes to do a deep cleaning and have that reviewed by the director before it is put back into service. Was there anything else on transportation?
You covered it all.
Any other questions on transportation?
Yeah.
There was one issue that Tampa brought up, was in the news today about that particular situation about disinfecting the buses. Will you have any addition? There's going to be additional time, you said, for the bus drivers, but with their schedule, will they have time in between to do this, Ralph?
Yes, sir, because currently what they do is at the end of each run, when they get to the school, they have to go from front to back to do a student check, make sure all the students are off. I had one of my staff members this morning say, okay, if we already are doing this, get your rag and Terminator and wipe the tops of the seats and come back. He did it in like 2.5 minutes, because you're just basically walking down the aisle, doing one side, and on the way back, do the other. So we're figuring probably, and he said he went at a smooth motion, but even at 4 minutes, we should be fine.
Now, how will they be checked as far as temperature, if they have any temperature? When I saw this in the news today, they were talking about temperature in the kids, and they said, well, no kid will be turned down if their temperature is up. So if the temperature is up and you let them on the bus, wouldn't that be a problem?
We're not checking temperatures.
You're not checking temperatures at all? Okay.
No.
So you're going to leave it up to the parent who is going off to work, and the kid may be sick, and they need to have the kid go to school so they can go to work. They just got to go ahead and send them on the bus. I mean, there's got to be some kind of
I think they're checking at school, I
Are
believe.
they checking them at school?
We are not checking them at school. We are asking parents to have the temperature checks, just like any other sickness that we have in policy right now for our school procedures. Please don't send your child to school if they have a temperature, if they're vomiting, some of those things, as well as those are the requirements to send a student home. We talked about temperature checks a lot in the task force, and the reality is I can check your temperature right now and you don't have one. And you have a sweatshirt on, you get hot on the bus, you come off the bus and you have a temperature. That doesn't necessarily mean you have an ill temperature. You're hot. And you could not have a temperature right now, and 3 hours from now you could be coming down with something. So instead, creating the protocols for when you do have a student that is ill and creating that isolation or sick waiting area until they can be addressed, they can be picked up by a parent, and that goes for staff as well.
Thank you.
Susan?
Linda, did you have a question?
I wanted to ask how in our clinics, how did they check students' temperatures? Just with a regular thermometer? They don't have the digital one like they're using in offices?
We do. We bought
The digital.
this year. Each clinic will have two. They already have been delivered to the clinic. So the kind of point and
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So that was one suggestion. Okay,
Yes.
super. Now, I know a lot of our clinics are not staffed by people with medical backgrounds. Has that been looked at, or has that been considered under these circumstances?
No, it is not. We our clinic person has to have somewhat of a background. They have to meet certain medical requirements. Although they're not as extensive as being an LPN or an RN, they do have to have some requirements. They also have to get training from the Department of Health. So, your basic things as far as taking temperature, even medication training for distribution of their meds, and diabetic training happens with all of our clinic staff, both full-time and part-time.
I noticed we do have a large turnover, though, of clinic staff for whatever reason, and I'm not sure.
Yeah. Probably pay.
Well, oftentimes, there's two positions. There's a 3-hour position. So some of that turnover might be someone choosing to work more hours or go to a position that pays more hours. And then again, pay could be an issue too. But there's typically a full-time and then a 3-hour position there.
Because I know these people will certainly have a lot of responsibility when school starts. So, okay, thank you.
And then you have your flip side. They are qualified and they want to work there because it's a great schedule for families.
Sure.
So. Okay, so meal service is another area that needed to be addressed in our consideration. And I want to preface this by saying each site looks different. Their whole logistics, their physical setup is different. And the administrators will be working with the cafeteria staff at that school to develop a system, what it looks like for there. From that point, Lori is ready to work with those sites in whatever it needs to happen in order to make it a safe environment. So some of the things that were discussed for the different grade levels and different services is we would increase the number of serving lines at locations, if that's what worked for that school and the space was available. If not, or in addition to utilizing serving carts in order to get more students through, you have less students waiting in line together and in close proximity. So it'll look a little bit different at each school and possibly even at each grade level. But some of the key areas that we felt were important for the general public to know, and you all, is that meals will continue to be provided at no cost to our families, so I believe that's important. And Lori's team is going to pre-package the meals, so that will eliminate the need for students having to grab several different items and multiple hands on those items. So they will be pre-packaged and with everything in them. So the ketchup, the utensils, so they don't have to, again, be grabbing, have another stop and putting hands on other items. She also is going to add age-appropriate signage to those packages so the smaller kids will know exactly what they're getting. And we felt that that was important. They will still have a la carte items, but they will be pretty limited. It won't be as much of a variety as there was before to choose from. And yeah, all the serving lines and increasing that, they will minimize all the touch points along the way by having it prepackaged. Another thing when being out of school, you know, the day that I call it the spicy chicken sandwich day, where the line is out the door for that menu item, we will have the same offering at every single line, so that will eliminate having those long lines. It'll be easier to manage the serving lines in the cafeteria. They will use tally marks. Instead of every student pushing in their student ID number, the cafeteria staff will use tally marks, so that will eliminate another touch point in that area. The only time that the point of sale system will be used is when the students purchase a la carte items, and they'll have to put in their number for that. And then, of course, the staff will clean and sanitize all of their serving areas daily, which they do anyway. That's part of their process. And the tables will be cleaned in between each class that comes through. And that's part of each process as well.
Could I ask
Lisa?
Lori one question?
Sure.
The free lunches that we have for our children, the original program, as far as when the hurricane came through, we got additional money. Do you know how much more time do we have before that expires, or is there another program that continues on afterwards?
Well, actually, we just looked at that. Sorry. We just looked at that, and we were able to regroup what happens is you put together a grouping, and at any time you can regroup, which would start over your 4 years. So we were able to regroup in 18-19, which will take us through the end of the 2022-23 school year. So in the 22-23 school year, we would have to look at it again, barring anything between now and then, allowing us to regroup and push it again another 4 years out. So my hope is that we can obviously continue this in perpetuity, but I don't have a crystal ball to know what the future will look like, and who saw this one coming. So
Yeah. Well, you've done an excellent job with that, Lori. Thank you.
thank you.
Lori, my question actually is twofold, two questions, okay? How much of a workload increase is it going to be for your staff to continue to package the meals? I think that's a wonderful idea, but I'm thinking about their workload. How complex is that going to be for your staff?
Well, here's the good thing, is
Okay.
that we've had since March through now to kind of look at what works, what doesn't work, how do we streamline this, how do we make it work during the school year, what's that going to look like?
Okay.
So that's been kind of a blessing in disguise. Because we're kind of streamlining the menu options,
Okay.
we think we have some really good, fresh, quality, really great menu items that students are going to like, but there's going to be less choices for them.
Okay.
Just because it's too hard to make too many choices and put them all in a place where they can get to all of them and understand what it is that they have the option to get.
Okay.
So we're really trying to limit that, the choices, but make sure they're good, high quality choices. So I think that we'll find that, one, because we're able to also use the tally marks, that our lines will move very quickly, which will just distribute labor a little bit differently,
Okay.
as far as not having students come through the serving line, choose what they want, put in their number, which takes time. The service will go a little bit faster, which will leave a little bit more staff to work on pre-packaging
Okay.
some of the items, obviously not the items that are being prepared for the next day, some of the items to get them in the bag, so that in the morning they're just having to prepare the hot item, put it in the bag, or prepare the cold item, whatever that is, and put that in the bag, and then set those up.
Okay.
So it's just going to be a little bit of a redistribution of labor.
Okay.
And again, that's something we've been able to hone when we did it March through May
Okay.
on the curb.
Okay. Thanks for that. Okay, that helps me understand that piece better. And then I noticed as you talk about what you're going to be cleaning in between students or groups of students, you're not going to clean the outside tables. I didn't see that in the plan anyway.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna, again, that's something that will look very different from school to school, space to space. So it would just be a matter of working with that administrator to see, okay, well, where are we putting kids to eat and what does need to be cleaned? I mean, again, in the cafeteria, if you're only using like every other table, but you're setting them outside, then it would be less to clean inside. So we would just move this, half the staff to outside. So it's just a matter of adjusting with the needs of the administrator and how they've set up the school to function.
Thanks, Lori. I wondered if there were some other rationale included. I mean, what you're doing makes all the sense in the world, okay?
Thank you.
Lori,
Yes.
with the regrouping that was done in 1819, is there a timeline on when you can regroup again?
I can regroup in any school year, but it looks at the data from April 1st. So I can't pull data at any time during the school year. I have to pull the direct certification data on April 1st, submit that to the Florida Department of Agriculture. Now this year they let us submit it all the way up until June 15th, and we thought we were going to see a dramatic rise in the direct certification because of the pandemic, but that has not been the case. I've been surprised that was not considerably higher, but it may have been kind of behind the curve. So we may see that moving into the beginning of this year, possibly carried over into the beginning of April next year. I don't know, but again,
when you see it's an opportune time, you will
absolutely
ask for regrouping.
Absolutely.
Figured you would. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Stratton.
Yeah, just before we move on, I want to take this time to publicly thank Mr. Lee and Mrs. Trent and your respective staffs. Tremendous job and tremendous service you guys have provided out there since March and continue to provide even now throughout the summer in making sure our kids are fed out there. So please express on behalf of myself and the board, thanks to your staff. It's been a tremendous job.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on to cleaning the actual facilities. So we had to look at how we can do business differently in this area to make sure the environment is as safe as possible for our students. One of the big things that we talked about, or is evident, is that most of our custodial staff comes after school when students leave and they do the cleaning. Well, we have to clean those touch points. We have to do the frequency of cleaning, increase that so that we can account for the spread of this virus, hopefully. So it comes down to administrators looking at their custodial staff, looking at what needs to be done, all those touch points on their campus, and probably changing some of their schedules, working with them to have a certain number possibly come in during school hours as well, so that they can be constantly cleaning these areas that have been pointed out. So that's the first thing that administrators are working on that. They know about it. They will be working in accordance with the HUSW contract as far as, giving them notice and taking volunteers, that type of thing. But we have to change the way that we're doing business in that respect. I also anticipate some cleaning supplies to be available when, we never used to see that. So there'll be cleaning supplies available for classrooms and for the office areas so that there's only so many people that can go around. So they might take other people to help, take a rag and the chemical or whatever and wipe down their areas more often. So making that available. And as we go through this, I will turn it over to Arjali towards the end of the cleaning protocols, and we can talk to you about some of the things that we have put into the CARES money that we would like to purchase for some cleaning equipment, some enhanced equipment and supplies.
Linda, do you have a question?
Are there any plans to hire additional custodial staff?
So we did put money in the CARES plan, and Sean does have temporary labor force on standby if we need it.
Okay, super.
For sure.
Thank you.
And
Would-
we anticipate
Lisa-
that.
Lisa, would that be something that you might want to note in the document just to alleviate some of the concerns of the public?
Sure, right on that slide with those things, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So what does it look like for cleaning our facility? I want to point out that, custodians or ESTs have checklists that they go by, and there's daily things, there's weekly things. And so a lot of these things happen anyway, and I wanted to just point that out. Desks and chairs disinfected at least once daily. That's something we're thinking. We can have the stuff available in that classroom. If there's movement, there's going to need to be some cleaning in that classroom. And those common touch points. But we need to increase the frequency of how these things are being cleaned. Restrooms, 4 times a day. There's a lot of people in there, and there's liquid. We're washing our hands, things are splashing, so we want to make sure that those areas are cleaned at least 4 times a day. Other areas where there's large groups of students going through, the hallways, the gym, the stairwells, even our media centers, those will need to be cleaned more frequently, and that's the reason why we need to be looking at the EST schedules and bringing some more on during the day when the students are there. Did you want to talk a little bit, Arjali, about some of the equipment and things that we're...
Yeah, we're looking to purchase, or we're purchasing electrostatic sprayers. It should facilitate the cleanliness of the school, just in terms of the amount of time it will take them to get through a certain amount of area. We're also looking at purchasing chemical to go along with that equipment. It just gives us a shorter dwell time. The current disinfectant we have has a 10-minute dwell time. In terms of trying to disinfect large areas quickly, we're moving towards a chemical that has a 30-second to 4-minute, depending on the actual antigen or whatever you're trying to target. So those are the directions we're going. We're also purchasing some hand sanitizer stands to be deployed out to each of the sites in all the schools, so they can place it at their cafeterias or front office. And the packages actually include some signage to go along with it as well.
And those electrostatic sprayers are for buses as well.
Oh, yeah, that also includes buses. Yeah, we're purchasing enough to go to at least 2 per school, one to every one of our ancillary sites, and also the handheld units for the bus drivers.
What about water fountains and vending machines?
Water fountains are going to not be used. We're going to encourage families to bring their own water bottles, because that's definitely a vending machines. Do we have vending machines?
In some of the high schools.
Some of the high schools.
Got one here.
Yeah.
It's important to us.
So those would have to be cleaned as part of that frequent cleaning process. Yes.
But water fountains are off.
Yes.
Arjali, can you also mention the air cleaning filtration system we're going to be using, I believe, in the clinic or sick area?
Actually, I don't have information on those units that they're purchasing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I am correct, Sean? I'm correct? Yeah.
Yeah, these are special units that we're going to be putting into the front office HVAC system. And depending on how this system works, each school is going to be different. Some of the clinics are tied into the same air conditioning system. So we're looking at covering the clinic and the front office with a system. And what it does is it traps more particles. So it's more of a robust system with a higher concentration to collect and filter out any virus and particles, and then push out the clean air into the space that it's providing for. So we're hoping to get one of those in every front office to cover the clinic in each school.
Okay. Personal protection equipment, as I said before, at this time we are encouraging staff and students to wear masks if they're able. Some of the feedback that I did get in the anecdotals, actually separate emails from parents when the survey went out, was, there are people who are unable to wear face coverings. So we wanted to make that not necessarily a mandatory thing, but encourage people to wear them if they're able, educate students. We talked in the task force and we spoke with administrators to kind of take that time, when we get back to school, you kind of cover all the rules and expectations and procedures to include some of these things in those first few days back conversations. Why does it look different? What do we need to do? How do we wash our hands? How do we protect ourselves? What the benefits of face masks are. So kind of weave that into our first few days procedures to continue that education. And, we know that we have to remind students that the masks have to still be in dress code. They can't have offensive language or pictures and will be handled in accordance with the dress code. So we feel like that is important. So what are our schools going to look like? Well, when you first walk in the front door, the offices probably are going to look a little different. There's going to be some reminders about social distancing. We are going to limit our visitors and volunteers to only those that are essential. If you have a parent conference and that's scheduled, that's an essential visitor. Eating lunch with your child at this time is not an essential function. It exposes not only the person coming, but all of our students in the cafeteria. So at this time, we are not going to allow that. We can revisit that as we move along in this plan and other things change. Same thing with mentors coming to schools, that type of thing. We will revisit it at like the 4.5-week mark and just see how things are in the general public. But at this time, we are really limiting that. You're going to see probably some markings on the floor as far as social distancing, reminders about facilities being disinfected, and reminders about, the visitors being limited. Some of the things that the first thing that came up with the group is, those first days back when parents want to walk their students to school, especially kindergarten. So as an elementary group, they came up with, we're going to allow in an organized fashion kindergarten parents only to walk their students to their class for the first day. They all talked about putting a concerted effort into the open house of kindergarten and separating that out and making that very meaningful so that the parent and the student felt comfortable coming in that first day. So that was the plan for that. Classroom layouts. Many of our classrooms vary in size across the district. Some of our older schools, the classrooms are gigantic, and even some of our newer schools, not so much. So what it's going to look like in every classroom is going to be very different. We are going to be encouraging teachers to put as much space as possible between student stations. And sometimes that may mean that they're going to have to take out some of their own personal items out of the classroom in order to maximize that space. We also added to, in the return to school full plan under administrator responsibilities or guidelines, to kind of do that walkthrough through the classrooms before kids get back on campus during preschool week to make sure that we have made every effort to maximize the space between students in that classroom. Some additional considerations are removing those shareable items, getting rid of those share boxes in the middle of the tables in the classrooms. Everybody would have their own box of supplies, keep their belongings separate, minimize the use of any items that are really hard to sanitize in between use. And, our teachers are amazing and creative. So I think that they're going to be able to come up with some ways to make this happen. And the principals will be sharing this plan with them after today so that they can start thinking about those types of things over the summer. But we really want to make sure that we are minimizing those shared items and making sure if we are using them that we have a mechanism to clean in between each of those uses. Our hallways and student lockers, hallways themselves really kind of lend themselves to a natural flow pattern. But if needed, the administrators are going to be putting some arrows or signs on the walls or the floors reminding students of the walk pattern. So we can, and it's all about education and really encouraging the students to social distance and to, not go down the hallways, giving the high fives and those types of things. Most of our schools don't use lockers, some do. So those that do use them, we're either asking abandon the use, or they came up with another idea that they could stagger them. So stagger the assignment of the lockers so they're not all, all bunched up. Maybe doing half uppers, half lowers, depending on what their setup is. Again, every location is different, but definitely staggering the use of them if they're going to continue to use them. Questions? Okay. Computer labs, we're looking at the diagnostic testing windows. We have 3 diagnostic tests that we do throughout the year, as well as the regular state tests, and we're making sure that we build enough time into those diagnostic windows to allow for the time it's going to take to clean the labs before and after each diagnostic, knowing there's going to need to be some time built in there. So really just kind of taking that into consideration when establishing those calendars, and disinfecting in between each use using proper materials. This, again, is where the EST during the day can come in and help with this process if they have the schedule, or some schools may choose to have the teacher that's in there testing their kids have that happen prior to them leaving. That is going to be a site-based decision. They do have different numbers of ESTs at each site, so what they will need to make this happen will be up to them.
Lisa, can we go back to the hallway for a minute?
Sure.
Has there been any thought about maybe staggering the grades when they get released from a class so that you don't have so many people in the hallway at the same time?
They haven't, the principals haven't talked about that specifically. They have been charged with doing whatever they need to do at their site to look at the large gathering places and reduce the number of people in those places at one time. I know not every single period, but sometimes when you get into the secondary level, around those lunch periods, they do have different grade levels releasing at different times, but nobody has specifically talked about that. If they do that, I think that they're going to do it on their own and not necessarily change the bell schedule, but just see, it might be a lot of trial and error as well at first. But that's a good point.
So for elementary, it is rather staggered. When they build their schedules, it's down to the minute. This class goes at this minute, this class goes at that minute, and it's always been that way. Secondary, there are staggered times, like Lisa mentioned during lunch. It's a little more difficult at secondary because it's oftentimes mixed grade levels. So it's not just 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, or 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's been the philosophy behind the bell, and everybody goes to their next location. But they will put in whatever measures they possibly can to try to restrict flow.
Yeah.
But, I mean, social distancing to the level of 6 feet apart in a school is very, or a bus, is very, very, if not impossible, very difficult.
Yes. Gyms and locker rooms, I spent quite a bit of time on the phone with a PE teacher and talked through a lot of what that's going to look like, and it's going to look different at every school. There are some PE classrooms that have large amounts of kids. There are some PE classes that just the class alone lends itself to a smaller group of students. There was some great ideas flowing in our conversation about having half the students dress out, the other half not, and really it came out to be this is going to have to be a site-based decision. So I encourage the administrators to get with their PE departments and have the PE department. Those are the experts. Those are the ones that see the kids every day, know what they need to have their class run, and come up with a plan to propose to the administrator. And if that includes staggering the use of the locker rooms or staggering the use of equipment, that's what they're going to do. They know best as far as how it needs to look. There are some bigger picture items that can happen within that space, which is installing the hand sanitizers, making sure that those are available in the locations they're supposed to be, also providing them with some cleaning materials in order for them to clean the equipment and supplies that they're utilizing. But I believe, again, that's a site-based decision, with the PE department being the one to kind of come up with a plan, just like the teachers come up with a plan of what their classroom needs to look like, and how it's going to work for them. I believe this lends itself to that same philosophy. Some other common areas that we talked about as a group, and a lot of these are site-based decision. Every physical building is different. For administrators to look at those areas where large groups of students generally gather, drop-off and pick-up areas. They may, a lot of them are limited to the space that they have, so they may have to look at staggering maybe dismissal. They may have to look at adding another location for students to be dropped at. They may have to look at just having a different number of staff in those locations so that students can be moved quickly from that area, so it reduces the amount of students there at one time. So these are the things that administrators are aware of. They're already thinking about, planning for, to be looking at how they can keep kids safe in these larger areas. Cleaning between uses, those types of things. The clinic was another area that we felt we needed to, have some discussion around. We have established policies for when students are ill and they need to be sent home. So we're definitely going to continue that. It does include a fever. It does include vomiting. So we're going to continue to follow that policy. One of the things that will look different is that we need to create an isolation room or an isolation area. So if a sick student is identified, or they come down, they don't feel well, before we even can figure out what's wrong, we have them in the isolation area. Again, each facility is very different. Some clinics are very large and they could put a divider up within that clinic. Some are very small and they're going to have to look for another location that is in close proximity to indicate that as maybe, a well room where they do something, or the isolation room. Either way, they're starting to think about that. We also have clinic backups in the office staff, or whoever the school has deemed to be their clinic backup, so we might have to utilize them a little bit more with two different areas. We're just going to have to all hands on deck to make sure that we're safe. Some other cleaning protocols in the clinic, though, are those, cleaning of the chairs and the beds and any equipment that is used when students come in. So that is going to be kind of on the onus of the clinic person to manage that traffic flow and make sure that she has time between each use. And again, we have a lot of them do have part-time or another full-time person, or we have the backup person that can help with that. One of the other things, just to add to that, we are going to make sure that we hold parents accountable for picking up their students when they are sick. A lot of times we kind of hang on to the student a lot longer because it's very difficult for somebody to come and pick them up. So we are going to really be trying to hold parents accountable to that, and doing what we need to do to allow for whoever the parent or guardian asked to pick them up. We do this now. We're flexible. Send us your ID, give us the information, so that if you forgot to add Aunt Sally to the emergency card in August, that we can make sure Aunt Sally can still pick up the student who is ill. So just making sure that we have properly identified the person giving permission. Gatherings and events. The first thing that was brought up here, we're in the summer and everybody's planning for return to school, and that typically means open houses, and that's going to have to look different this year. So they'll probably be spread out over either a number of days or throughout the day, different grade levels. Each group is working on what that's going to look like at their school, but we are really encouraging people to pursue those virtual group events whenever possible. I'm not sure open house is a time for that, but certainly parent conferences, things of that, we can definitely pursue some virtual options if needed to reduce the exposure. Field trips is another thing. We, at this point, with the exception of our environmental center, which is our own, and we'll follow all of these guidelines as well, we're not going to be taking any off-campus field trips. We will revisit that again, like many other things, when there's more information or something else changes. The good thing is a lot of our teachers found some incredible resources over these last few months for virtual field trips, things that students saw things that they would have never seen if we hadn't been in this situation to take those virtual field trips. So I anticipate that teachers will continue to use those types of resources. Student travel. We are going to discourage students from traveling, students and their families, for any of that non-essential travel, but also asking them to let administrators know if they end up traveling to one of those hot zones. This is kind of a sticky topic because we have to rely on people to tell the truth. And if and when that happens, and we have to call Joe Colassa, who will let her know where they traveled, and she will work with the Department of Health, and we will take direction from there. But they may be asked to self-isolate for a period of time. But the reality is we're still going to follow our attendance policy. So they'll have to go through the same process of getting a pre-approved absence or makeup work. Any of that will still be followed. We are continuing our current policies. None of that is changing. It was brought up in the task force meeting to send out reminders of that before any of our long, holiday weekends or breaks to families. Just remember, please limit your travel to essential only and let us know if you're traveling. So I wrote that down, and we're going to make sure that we do that as well, just as those, as we're planning. Reminders, yes. One of the big topics, and there's not nearly enough in here to paint you the picture because we really don't know what it's going to look like until our students get back on campus. But we do know that we are going to have to address some social emotional needs of our students and probably our staff members as well. So some of the things that are already in place but we will continue to do is provide the youth and mental health first aid training. That really is a great class. I've taken it a couple times myself. It really helps you identify trauma in students. And I think that we're going to have some students that have some significant needs when they get back. The other thing is for our 6 through 12 students, we're going to continue with our 5-hour state mandated mental health with Purpose Prep. We will continue utilizing that. And You're Not Alone, which is another curriculum that we do have for Tier 2 and Tier 3. But for the little ones, for K to 3, Student Services has come up with a huge list of resources, interactive resources, that's included in this plan as a link on mindfulness. And there's some great interactive activities, age appropriate. But our social workers are ready. They know that they have actually been dealing with stuff all along through this distance learning crisis, and we're ready. We just got to wait and see what it looks like when they get back. So that's if you want to send your child back to school. That's option one. The second option is enrolling in Hernando eSchool, which, as you know, is our own Hernando County virtual program. And if they choose this option, we're going to give them the website. We're going to ask that they stay in this for the semester. The courses are built by the semester, so that is the reason. Of course, we will look at that and handle that on a case-by-case basis if needed. We're offering the deadline of July 21st for them to register, and a lot of that, the reason for that is to look at the staffing needs and what we need to do to plan based on the number of students enrolled in that setting. So Ms. Brooks is ready. She has been living and breathing this with us since we started. And again, I know that we discussed it, but it's the magnet spots. That's going to be part of this, that they are able to keep their magnet spot if they are a magnet school student for the 2021 school year. And that will be also not only in this, but it'll be part of the appendix and the magnet procedures. We're also looking at the volunteer hours when it comes to that, because if we're limiting the volunteers on campus, we have to make some arrangements, some accommodations for that as well in the magnet procedures, as well as coming up with Plan B for, digital portfolio submission and things. So you'll be seeing that at the July board meeting. But yes, we are allowing them to keep their spots. Yes.
I wanted to ask you, I know we do not know how many parents are going to elect eSchool, and I know we do have teachers who have, some health problems, maybe some compromised immune systems. I was just wondering if ahead of this deadline, and again, I know it has to do with need, qualifications, and I definitely understand that, but maybe we could ask teachers to self-identify at this point if, there was a need for their particular area of expertise, could they be considered for eSchool? I know it's, again, we have no idea, but I'm not sure how many teachers would say volunteer to do this or what, but it just maybe would be an option to help those teachers who, especially in elementary where the kids probably won't be wearing masks, that, just find out, if there was a need, I would, be available, would want to be considered for an eSchool position. I don't know the union feels about that either, but I think they would probably be supportive of it.
So that's HR, as I said, is working on a survey to send out to staff, which asks those questions. So our hope is that everything can kind of line up at the same time, and we'll have a list of people based on the survey that would be interested or for whatever reason would have to go to a digital environment in order to continue teaching, and hopefully match that up with where the need is if we have that high need at the eSchool. So yes, that is the intent. I mean, that would be ideal,
right,
to be able to do that.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So it's really important for us to communicate, as I said earlier, to families of what the requirements of eSchool are. They need to be made aware that they have to stay there for the semester. If they choose eSchool to leave prior to the ending of the semester, then there's no grade. That's the way the course works. So we want to make sure that we educate parents up front before they go ahead and make an option. And it's important to know that we're not going to be providing devices if this is the option that you choose. So, or paper packets, because, lessons learned from what we just experienced, we want them to know the difference between what it was and what it will be if this is your option. And again, I go back to the table, and we will use this in our FAQs and in our education to the families. You brought up staff considerations. Ms. Brooks looked at her current staffing plan. She can, at this point, absorb 3,200 course enrollments. That's not students, that's course enrollments. If the need exceeds that, then we're going to have to look at, which school those kids came from. Is there one school that we can say, okay, we have 100 kids, we need to move an allocation to a distance learning situation? It's really, we don't know. We don't know until we start looking at those numbers. People register. We have a plan to look at it. We know what's going to need to be done. But as far as getting into the specifics until the registrations actually happen, we won't know.
Have you had any indications from the parents, as to where they're going to send their kids? Or some opting to send them to private schools or charter schools or, homeschooling? I mean, is there any indication as to what they're looking at in the survey that you put out?
No,
Any feedback?
we just gave the two options in the survey, that you could come back face-to-face or enroll in Hernando eSchool. And there wasn't, in the comments, there wasn't even a lot to say, I'm going to homeschool or I'm going to go somewhere else, because homeschool is going to look pretty much the same as Hernando eSchool. You're going to be doing your instruction at home. So, we're hoping to be able to keep our students in our system. We need them. And they need us. They've been out of school. There's lots of articles out there about the importance of getting back to school. In fact, it was the first few pages of the DOE's conference call that we had last week were all kinds of resources and articles about the importance to students' well-being, to the achievement gap, and to the economy.
I'm just concerned about if we're going to lose any teachers from this event of switching this year maybe over to, like you're talking about with eSchool, and maybe different people who are homeschooling, and the lesser need for the teachers that we have on staff now. I mean, is there any indication in that direction as to what we would do?
We would have to look at the numbers, and we're ready to do that. We know that that's going to take a lot of time, in probably starting in July. I would say mid-July till after Labor Day, that we are really going to have to be working those numbers, looking at each site and what the needs are from an eSchool perspective. So if we have that many signing up for eSchool, looking at certification and looking at how we can maintain our level of service for all of our students.
So if I can chime in here, eSchool is still under our purview, obviously, so we wouldn't necessarily lose teachers. It really just depends. It does require fewer teachers to do eSchool, though, so there is a possibility there, but it really comes down to if we keep the same FTE, full-time equivalency, then we don't have to make any changes. Other than internal, if you're teaching eSchool or if you're teaching traditional, we wouldn't have to make any cuts. That's a big concern, and it's a legit concern. In fact, we met with principals last week, and we're marketing, and we want our homeschoolers, we want our private school students out there, and we want our charter school students out there to know that we believe our public schools are the number one choice. So we're going to be reaching out to those families to let them know what all we're doing now in terms of preparing to return to school and what we have to offer and what we can do. So it is a very legitimate concern that, yes, it depending on numbers, it could fluctuate, meaning where people work or how many teachers we require.
Thank you.
So until we know that, and really until we get into that first quarter of the year, we're not going to really know how it pans out, ma'am.
Question: at what point do you anticipate knowing what teachers? Now that the plan is out there, at what point do you have in mind where teachers could notify you that they are not comfortable coming back into brick and mortar, so that you actually had a number, a list, their certifications to consider as we actually open school, what the placement might be, if it could be anything that could be worked out. But without knowing, I think we've all received emails concerning this from staff, whether they're non-instructional or instructional. They have concerns. If it's not about their own personal situation, it is family members who could be impacted. So at what point can they tell us that, no, this won't work for them? And we start doing a plan at that time.
We have the The parents responding by, I think it was the 21st of July, so I'm assuming HR is going to be sending the survey out in that same time frame so we can coordinate, as you said,
I
coordinate
think they're
the two.
sending it out very shortly
Yeah.
here.
So, and again, if I'm a staff member and I get this survey and it says, here are my preferences, it'll clearly state on there that we cannot guarantee those preferences either. The harsh reality of what we're looking at right now, guys, is if the positions aren't there, I can't say you can stay home for whatever reason and expect to be paid. There has to be a position that ties to it, regardless of the circumstances. Otherwise, employees need to utilize the leave process, the extended leave process. And we've been using this last month to talk about that with our 249 employees, that's the harsh reality. In a perfect world, we could work it out for everybody, but that's not realistic. But we will do our absolute best.
But at what point could an employee just go ahead and tell you now that this isn't going to work?
I believe and I don't see Lisa in here, or Heather. I know Heather's on a call for me right now, but I
The
believe
intent of the survey is to start getting that data.
And wasn't
now.
one of them, do you plan on returning? Do you plan on extended leave? Do you plan on resigning or retiring?
Yes.
So we're getting an idea.
Are you
There are some
interested
people
in-
that honestly
Yeah.
may not be comfortable coming back under any circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
We need to gather that data and
Right.
know and plan accordingly.
Sooner rather than later.
Yes.
Obviously, our goal is to protect everybody's job the best we absolutely can and protect every student out there at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So we are gathering that information, and my hope, and it sounds like by mid-July, third week in July, we'll have a better idea of those numbers.
Mm-hmm. And that's the intent of the survey pushed out to staff, is hopefully it happens all at the same time. We're ready with a group of people that we can call upon should we need that for whatever the enrollment numbers are.
And perfect timing, Mr. Pender came in. I didn't know if you wanted to add to that discussion, Mr. Pender, if that's why you came in, about the surveys?
Yes, July 10th is the date that we're projecting to have the information back.
And just so that's recorded, July 10th, we're projecting to have the information returned to us by then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So it'll go out to staff, and it'll be returned by July 10th.
And what you said about those choices are correct.
Very good, thank you. So the choices are as I stated. All right, thank you.
Okay?
Oh, and one further thing, I'm sorry. This all comes down to MOUs with the unions, too. All of these moves we're talking about are just that hypothetical right now. It'll come down to agreements with both unions on how these things play out. So if I have two teachers with similar circumstances, we need to know what that looks like. If who gets the job for e-school, who gets traditional, I mean, those kinds of things. Again, all the while, there are some managerial and rights in there too when it comes to hiring who and where people go. So that'll all be played out with both unions, and they're fully prepared. They know this.
Okay, so we had to also come up with Plan B if we were not able to return to school in August. And again, going off of lessons learned in this last crisis distance learning, we knew that we had to do some things differently. If we were able to start off knowing that we are going to start a semester by doing online instruction, we would do things a little differently. So Plan B does not consist of students coming back to school. Rather, they're starting the school year off on a digital learning platform right on August 10th. And so it looks a little different from K-5 than it does to 6-12, and there's some reasons for that. Our K-5 teachers have done a fabulous job in this last 9 weeks. They've learned the Canvas platform as a means for putting up their curriculum and doing their assignments. They've also learned a ton of resources to bring in to engage students in learning. They also have a caseload of between 18 and 23 students. And I know it was difficult learning all of the resources and really trying to figure out the right thing to do. 6 through 12, Our secondary teachers have a caseload, I would say, on an average of 150 students. If we have the ability to purchase the Canvas platform right from the start, that gives us a whole year worth of curriculum for 6 through 12. So the teachers in 6 through 12 would not necessarily have to worry about creating the curriculum and putting it on that digital platform. They could then focus on really servicing the students, acting as a facilitator, making sure that they are actually obtaining the information and retaining the information. So a lot of it has to do with caseload. The elementary teachers are used to being with their babies all day. They're used to differentiating to their needs. So we really wanted to make sure that they had the materials and the autonomy to be able to do that. Not that we didn't want the secondary to have the autonomy. We absolutely do. But this also gives them some time ability to work with the large number of students that they do have on their caseload. So that was part of it. And it does follow along with the same eSchool premise, the use of Canvas as that platform. Along with any of that, I'm going to say it, Ms. Duval, professional development being planned for such an event. Ms. Brooks already has a professional development module ready to go for Canvas, and we're going to start pushing that out anyway. So for people that wanted to learn more about Canvas and how to use it, they're going to be able to have access to that. Ms. Clark will be working on pushing on a menu of different items for online resources, professional development for our teachers, because I think some of them, even going back to a traditional setting, will still be utilizing some of the great things that they learned to use during this crisis. So really making that a focus in our professional development next year. Even if we don't go back to a distance learning plan, there are some engaging things out there for our students. And the last plan is Plan C, which is if we get to a point where we got in March this year where we were mandated to close our school. So if we start school in August and we have to, by November, through state mandate close, we have a plan in place. It's not the reactionary. This was new for all of us in March, and I think we did a good job then, but we knew all along that we had to make some tweaks to the program and to what we wanted to see happen. So we had a group of principals and some of our teachers. Lisa Miserio from HCTA was on helping, and come up with a plan that we could live with. So a little bit more structured than what we previously experienced. Actual specific days for instructional days, students and teachers would have to follow their schedule every day for a shorter time period, but they would still be following their normal daily schedule on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, and then there would be some independent study days on those Wednesdays and Fridays, where the students can continue working on their projects or whatever their assignments are, and then the teachers could utilize that time for some extra planning, maybe participate in professional development, maybe participate in those virtual faculty meetings, department meetings, what have you. And that was kind of a missing piece this last time. When could we have professional development? We needed it. When could we have it? And when would you be available? So if we have a plan where we're very specific of those dates, we can plan for those types of events moving forward. Another aspect that was a lesson learned was attendance. So we really had to beef up our attendance requirement or expectation in this plan, and students are expected to attend all of their live lessons. Even for MTSS in a virtual setting, if that's what they're supposed to be. They need to submit their assignments by their due dates. They will be marked absent, and the teacher will record the attendance. So that is something that was a little bit flexible in this last plan, and we knew that we needed to set those expectations right from the start with this, if this is something that we have to go to.
Lisa, may I interrupt, please?
Yes.
On the independent study days, I'm sure that Lori would be doing the breakfast, lunch the same way we've been doing it. Is that a safe assumption? What would be your part of dealing with food and nutrition on independent days
Well,
and providing meals?
right. It gets a little tricky depending upon what kind of closure it is we're talking about, whether it's a full district closure. That's a little bit easier when we're talking about maybe one site as compared to another. Okay, so the district-wide, yes, we would go back to the curbside feeding. That's assuming that we were given a waiver to go back to, because ultimately what we do is we function under summer feeding. But yes, I don't foresee that being a problem. It's just working with the state to make sure we have everything in place to be able to do that legally through the United States Department of Agriculture.
So parents wouldn't have to worry about that aspect of this.
No.
Thank you.
Grading was another area that we knew that we needed to address. We are going to stick with our current policy on grading and have a minimum of 3 grades per weighted category, and follow what is in our student progression plan. That is the only way that we can really move forward and maintain that rigorous learning environment for our students. So we are going to continue to follow our student handbook and all of this set forth in there, including the policy on any makeup work. So if they're absent and they meet the absent requirements for excused absence in our handbook, then they would be allowed the makeup days in order to get their assignments in. Ms. Prescott.
Again, having served on the truancy committee with Jill, what is going to be considered truant in this environment?
I would assume it's the same that we have now. Since we're following our current policy, truancy would be the same that we have now. Yep. And if there are, we can foresee some issues as far as attending those live lessons, but I think that is a communication on an individual basis between the parent and the teacher if there is an issue with attending some of those live instructional lessons. So I think those things can be worked out on an individual basis, but we are going to follow our current policy. So I anticipate that being a little bit an increased number of truancy hearings that you'll be joining us for.
Were there any truancy hearings? No, it was just understandably, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
And lastly, a contingency plan for if there is a confirmed case in a school. This is very vague because it is a case-by-case basis. Even since we left in March, any reported cases or assumed cases, we've had a process where we're working through Joe Colassa, who works with the Department of Health, and we get direction on where to go from there. We would do the same thing if it is reported a confirmed student or staff member at a school. We would work through the Department of Health and take direction from them. Do we close a whole school? Do we look at the contact tracing? What are the cleaning measures before we can open the school again? But either way, we would treat that as a short-term closure and similar to that of closing for a hurricane. So instead of deploying laptops and getting on a different learning platform, things like that, for a short-term closure, we would treat it as a hurricane closure. Are there questions on that? Okay. So there's just a couple of things that I wanted to show you. Our communications department is coming up with all kinds of stuff for us to get out to our families. And I think you all had a one-page summary at your tables. This is going to be pushed out to parents as part of the information sharing, letting them know that they'll have 2 options returning back to school. So this is just one of the samples that Karen and her team has put together. We also created a part on our website that we can go to. And this will be live momentarily. There's a few things that they still want to get up, but they also created a video. It's under Students and Families and our Return to School Information Center. So we'll have an informational video, this presentation, the guide, which is the larger document, and any of the other communication items. So the summary, the FAQs, everything will be here, as well as pushed out through social media. We'll be utilizing the email address in Global Connect. So whatever we can do to continuously communicate these options and this information out to families, as well as staff members. Principals will be sharing this with their staff after today. We asked them to wait until after the presentation today, so you all had the information.
Can I make one suggestion still on this?
Sure.
Flyer? I think some of the confusion that might have been caused with magnet schools, it was pointed out to me recently, is where it says the last bullet must attend at least one semester before returning to zoned schools. I think some people are reading into that I'm a magnet school student, my student's in a magnet school, now they have to go back to, so perhaps we could just put something in parentheses that said, something about,
Or last school of
if you're currently in a
enrollment or
magnet
something.
school, you can return to the magnet school.
Okay.
So,
Yes, they haven't been.
I think that might have been the line that is causing some confusion.
And then we have a video.
Hello, everyone. As Superintendent of Hernando County Schools, I invite you to review our Return to School plan. This plan represents the work of a task force made up of parents, educators, district leaders, and school administrators who work together to develop a comprehensive plan to ensure a safe return to school. As you know, the governor has called for schools to reopen in August. Our Return to School plan not only outlines our strategy to reopen safely, but includes additional plans if the situation should change at any time during the school year. While this is a new situation for all of us, and some may have some strong opinions, on this we all agree. There is nothing more important than the safety of our students and staff. That was the place where our work began. In June, we surveyed our parents. Almost 4,000 of you responded. We read every comment and we considered every question. While some parents expressed their concerns about sending their child back to school, 86% of parents who responded to the survey indicated they would prefer to return to face-to-face instruction. That was encouraging and served as a motivation to include procedures and safeguards to help our parents, students, and staff feel safe. As you'll notice, the task force considered every part of the school day: transportation, meal service, and classroom routines. Our transportation staff analyzed bus routes to reduce the number of students on large routes where feasible. Following every pickup and drop-off, transportation personnel will perform a detailed sanitizing of all touch points on the buses. Drivers will encourage students to use hand sanitizer dispensers installed on every bus and to wear parent-provided face masks. Except for lift buses, drivers will try to maintain a flow of fresh air inside the bus by lowering windows during operation. Students will also be seated by stop order, so maintaining seating charts will be important. Finally, if the transportation department is notified of a confirmed illness on a bus, that bus will be immediately removed from the service until it has been deep cleaned and disinfected. Next, we look at our meal service procedures. Employees will be screened daily, encouraged to use face coverings and adhere to social distancing when possible. Food will be prepackaged to limit exposure to possible contamination. Unnecessary contact with surfaces and staff are eliminated. Mobile carts will allow schools to disperse students to multiple service locations, helping to adhere to social distancing. All food service areas will be disinfected daily, as well as sanitized throughout use. School principals have implemented the following cleaning safeguards while students are moving throughout their school day. Common touch points such as doorknobs, handles, light switches, and countertops will be cleaned frequently throughout the day. Desks and chairs will be disinfected daily. Common areas such as the cafeteria, library, labs, and gyms will be disinfected daily between groups when possible. Protocols for gym and locker rooms will be implemented, and hand sanitizer will be available upon entry and exit. Classroom layouts will look different, as every effort will be made to put as much distance as possible between students. Administrators will determine flow patterns through hallways, marking floors and walls appropriately. Staff and students will be encouraged to wear masks. Students will be required to follow dress code when wearing face coverings. Finally, schools will limit non-essential visitors and volunteers. Parents will not be permitted to eat lunch with their children, and visitor screening protocols will be applied. Visitors and students will see new signage displayed across the campus to serve as reminders and assurances that spaces are regularly attended to. All of our return to school resources are available on the district's website at www.hernandoschools.org. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing our students in August.
Nice job, Mr. Stratton.
Just glad I didn't wear the same tie today. No, hats off to Karen and her team. They do a great job with that. Lori, Ralph, you guys, thanks for your input there. Appreciate it.
And that concludes our presentation. Any other questions?
Yes, I have.
Lisa? Sure. We have another document that goes into detail, additional detail on the return to school. I would just suggest to the board members, if you haven't been able to read that, please do so. This document, the reopening of school, will be coming forward this evening for a vote. So if you have, and there will be time, obviously, for additional discussion at that time, but if you have not read that, because it is a lengthy document and in detail, I would encourage the board to please do so. Jimmy, you had a question?
Yes, the question is a follow-up question as we talked about on the survey. Would you be able to get that survey out just so we have an indication of what the teachers feel individually about coming back into school?
That's HR's intent, is to get that out, and he said to have the results back by July 10th, so, which is not too far off from now.
Well, thank you for your presentation. It was an excellent presentation.
You're welcome.
Excellent presentation. A lot of work put into it. It's very obvious. Is there going to be something put together for parents that when Johnny comes home and he's full of anxiety and anger and he hates school, to kind of give a parent a way to address that?
We can make some resources available to parents.
Yeah, because change doesn't come easy.
No.
We, over the summer and throughout May, when it was Mental Health Awareness Month, we provided several PowerPoints that are on the websites that have a lot of resources and discussions with parents. So those are going to be pushed back out again, along with we can provide some additional information.
I tell you what, after talking to quite a few parents, this whole thing, there is a new love for educators. Big time. Great job.
Anything else? Okay.
I just wanted to echo not only those of you who are here at the table today, sharing the plan, but a comment for everybody who was involved in trying to put it together. It's a yeoman's amount of work in a very difficult situation. So thank you. And please take the thanks to the working group, too.
They're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, sir.
That was the presentation. I think you meant the whole document.
I'm sorry.
You're talking about that.
great job. Good. That's what you were looking for, right? Okay, good. I gave it to everybody. Okay. Yep.
We're gonna stretch a leg.
Stretching a leg is very
Okay. I think we're ready to move on at this point. Next up on the agenda is item ID 4410, discussion of a millage referendum for the November 2020 election. Mr. Stratton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned, I am bringing before you today a recommendation that we at least have a discussion about putting referendum ballot language on the November 3rd general election. What I'll share with you today is the proposed ballot language and purposes and uses, along with just kind of a reminder of what my role is and the board's role when it comes to the referendum and what we can and can't do. And I'm sure Dennis will chime in if I'm incorrect on anything. So if Mr. Jordan, if we'll go to the actual referendum language there. I don't want to insult anybody, but I think it's worth reading this just so it's in public record and everybody's well aware. But the language that we're proposing is, shall the school board of Hernando County levy an ad valorem operating millage of 1 mil annually to 1, attract and retain high-quality teachers and staff with competitive salaries and provide additional staff to support student needs. 2, maintain and increase school safety measures and increase mental health services for students. 3, provide students and staff with devices, resources, and support. 4, maintain and increase educational opportunities for all students. And 5, appoint a citizens volunteer millage committee to review annual spending. I bring this to you today believing that this is important for this district as we continue to move forward. We're on the right track. We're doing extremely well in terms of graduation rate continues to increase. We've increased the amount of advanced courses and programs that we offer throughout this district. We want to continue along that path, and I would love to get the community support behind this as we move forward. And our belief is that quality schools equal quality life. And the utmost importance for us is that this is about maintaining quality teachers and in keeping our students safe. So if we'll go to the next slide, it's just the rules I just wanted to quickly talk about before we open it up for discussion. We can educate, we can't advocate in official capacity. I cannot spend tax dollars on advocating and telling somebody how to vote, but we collectively can spend and have an obligation to inform the public as to why we're asking for this money. So we can use taxpayer time and resources to educate. Again, I stay out of that completely. We would look at a PAC that would get into that, but you as board members can later, as long as you're not using tax dollar money, but when you're out having conversations, you can advocate, but just it can't mix the two, tax dollar resources for that. So I just wanted to remind you of that. And as far as our teachers and staff on their own time, it's their own time, it's their own time. They are welcome to advocate. Again, they cannot use resources, taxpayer resources, other than to educate as well and inform. So that's our role, is to inform the voters of what it is that we're asking and why we're asking that. Dennis, did I miss anything on that?
I think you hit all the nails on the head.
Okay. So I know we had this discussion many, many months ago, and so I am bringing it forward with a recommendation for the November ballot. There would be some next steps if the board is interested in that. So I'd like to open it up for just a discussion amongst you.
Okay, who'd like to start?
Are we going to have a roundtable with the realtors and the builders again and those that oppose millage?
Between now and November, yeah. I mean, we can meet. I'm happy to meet with any group out there when it comes to this, and I think any one of us, you guys individually, of course, could do the same, and then we would have to assign a PAC committee that would be do some of that as well. But we would continue. I would continue meeting with any group to discuss our desire and our reasons behind this ask, and listen to any concerns they may have or support.
Who's next?
All of us clearly know that quality education certainly impacts the quality of life in the community. So, as you said, John, our graduation rate is increasing. We are adding programs, and we want to continue to be able to do that. We do have Class Act teachers, Class Act staff in this county, and we need to retain them. We don't want them to go anywhere else. And so for the quality of the educational system to continue and for the quality of our staff to continue, I think this is the right step at the right time.
Linda?
I would most definitely agree. It's very sad to me that we really had to cut short our telling of the story of the great things that are happening in Hernando. And I'd like to challenge board members, and this was an idea I came up with, that just in my neighborhood, I have 5 unbelievable graduate success stories that I think we really need to, and I know every board member here knows of a student success story that we need to share to let the community know that this is the kind of education we want to continue in Hernando County. Unfortunately, no one likes tax increases, and I know our county commission did not want to increase the property tax either, but we as a board have a fiscal responsibility to, again, we don't want to get into a situation where our school district has to be taken over by the state because we don't have enough money to run it. And with Hernando County growth, I see this as an absolute necessary thing to happen. I noticed in our FAQs, it said to recruit and retain quality teachers, keep students safe, and expand successful programs. If we could say expand successful academic and career technical programs, I think that would be great. I know there's a lot of support for increasing our career and technical programs in this county, and we're really keeping our fingers crossed that the governor does sign that budget item and our students are able to provide more opportunities. So I think, again, we need to continue telling all the success stories, and it just is amazing in my neighborhood how many of our graduates are doing some amazing things. And I know there was a study being done of how many Hernando County graduates are back here teaching, and I don't know if that is available, but that to me also speaks very highly of the school district we have. And no one would anticipate the challenges that we've had to face with school safety and now the virus. And, the health, welfare, and safety of our employees and our students will always be a number one priority. And unfortunately, that does come with a price. So I am most definitely in support of moving forward with this.
Jimmy?
Yes, I feel that we need to put our act together as far as what we're trying to do. And I think that what we need to look at is, with the half cent, we went out and checked out people in the community and discussed the situation with them and tried to bring them on board before we brought the resolution forward to Gus and the board. And that was as a private citizen, as you recall, Mr. Guardadino.
Yes, I do.
And until we get an indication from them, we didn't even do a poll or a survey to find out what the people in the community are looking for and what the chances would be to get this passed. I think that, yes, we need the money. Yes, we do need to move forward with programs, but we also need to get our ducks in order before we start the program. And I don't see why we can't postpone this voting on this until we have a chance to get out in the community and let me just find out what their indicator is, since I was the chairman of the half cent and also on the committee bringing it forward. I'd like to see what kind of support we have out there and whether we can bring them on board and be successful. We say that there is no cost in this, but we're going to have cost in this. We're going to have to probably bring a consultant. Who's going to run this? Are we going to have a local person running this as we did last time? Are we going to be able to bring on people within our home district, for instance, to raise the money we're going to need to get this campaign moving forward? Because the campaign's not going to be cheap. I mean, we ran the campaign last time on $39,000 that we raised privately. But we're going to have to raise that money, and someone who is going to be the instrumental person to move this forward is going to have to bring forward a complete group of individuals, very strong individuals, who will handle all of the needs moving forward and be able to coordinate this effort to make it happen. When we ran the half cent, we made it look easy, but we had a lot of pros on board, people who knew what they were doing. And of course, there's a couple of members here, you weren't involved, but there are a couple of members here who were there at the time, and I believe you, Mr. Stratton, were a principal at Central. It was a hard campaign. It wasn't an easy campaign. This one will be twice as hard, and the reason I say that is because with the unemployment picture being at 13.6%, with COVID still out there causing this disruption, with a lot of rallies that are going on with a lot of disgruntled people, we're going to have to do a masterful job to get this sold in the community. And until we put that together with people ready to go with it, if we could delay this for, say, just 2 weeks and see if we can get the people in position to bring this forward and make it a success. It's fine that we say, pie in the sky, oh yeah, we're going to win this. But it's not easy. And if we're coordinated, we can make it happen. If it's not coordinated, it won't. And so what I'm saying to you is, last time I ran a private poll. I represented a company in New York who helped me with this poll. This gentleman now is retired, and I asked him to help me with this. And since we have a great relationship, he's going to do a private poll to find out what is out there and what the people feel and see what we have to overcome to make this happen.
Excuse me, Jimmy.
Yes. Are you trying to interrupt my discussion? Can I just go ahead and finish what I have to say? So my feeling is, if we would have a chance for a 2-week delay, I don't see where there's any kind of problem if we can get this all together and ready to go. We're going to need this vital person who's going to run this pack. We're going to need people in position to accumulate the money we're going to need to make this work. And we're going to have the committee people who will get out in the field and make sure this all is coordinated properly. And so just to say we want to do it, it's great, but we have to win. We can't just take it and move it out there. If we're not going to win this, what's the purpose of going forward? And we need the indicators to let us know that we can win this. And right now, I'm not sure we can. Now.
Okay, before you start, Gus, did you have a...
Oh, wait.
Okay. Okay.
I might be better served to wait, but we have had opportunity to discuss this, not in this board group because we couldn't do that, but we've had opportunity to discuss this individually over a period of time. And my question, Jimmy, is twofold. Did you raise the concerns when you had opportunity to talk about this previously? That's my first concern. And then secondly, I don't think that as an individual member of a board, any of us can go and solicit help without a board decision. Those are my concerns.
Would you like me to answer your concerns? Would you like me to answer your concerns?
I expect if I raised a question, then an answer is...
Concern. Okay. First of all, running a campaign is not just something you pull out of a hat. You have to find out. You have to find out what the indicators are to see. Excuse me. You asked me to answer.
Whoa.
I'm answering it.
Wait a sec.
But please, Jimmy, don't shout at me.
I am not shouting. I speak this way all the time. So please just tolerate it, if you will. I'm a person who likes to do all of my homework. As a board member, that's what I do. That's what I've always done. The reason we're successful in the last campaign is because we're coordinated. And Gus can sit here and tell you that we are coordinated. Before I even brought it to him, I had a discussion with him in January after we lost the 1 cent. Is that correct? And we went through the whole process and then assembled everything and got it all ready to go with the people that we're going to put in position, and then it was brought to the board. This is going backwards, like, yes, let's go forward. But again, there's no plan. The plan is, oh yeah, we're going to spend 50% on salaries, we're going to spend 25% on mental health, we're going to spend 15% on technology. This is all generalities. This is not the way we did it before. We actually specified what we were going to spend the money on, and we established the oversight committee to make sure it was done correctly. People are looking to us. People are looking to us to follow through on everything we said, and we have done this with all our last campaign, and we have done this as board members, I believe. But my feeling is, I understand you're saying that, but what we have now is we have COVID that wasn't here at the time when we were having all this discussion. We have a situation of unemployment that is outrageous at this time. And we're going to have to overcome that and get a lot of commitment to make this happen. And that's all I'm asking, is give us a couple of weeks to look at what's out there. At the same time, we can bring it back 2 weeks later. It's not going to hurt. And see if we can move it forward at that time.
Mr. Stratton.
Yeah, I want to address a few of those things. The idea is to bring it here to get the board's direction on where they want me to go with this. We would obviously put together a pack with a leader outside of this organization here. We have several names in mind for that they would be working on the political part of it there. We did originally have a poll ready to go. That's when COVID first came around. I secured the money for that. We decided not to do the poll because the timing was not right. You're in the midst of shutting down. You're in the midst of the whole community shutting down. That's not the right time to do a poll. We can still do a poll, and we've talked about that as well. My opinion is we put it out to the voters, and it does not cost us any direct money to put it on the ballot whatsoever. The education portion, obviously, my time, your time, those talents, things like that. But there's no money to put it on the ballot, and let the voters decide if they are behind this and want to support it. We mirrored this after the other communities that have been successful, and I believe the pass rate on this throughout the other communities is probably about 99%. There might have been one recently that didn't make it, but all the others did. And the generalities are done by design. Unlike the half-cent sales tax where we do capital items, and I can tell you I need lighting, I need air conditioning, I need this. This is operational dollars. And operational dollars are difficult to put a line item on. And I'll give you the perfect example that I gave several months ago. Prior to January, February, March, We didn't know anything about COVID and spending money on that. There was no line item for that, none. Those are operating dollars, and we need that flexibility. That's why we put in categoricals. And what the Oversight Committee would do is look at that and say, are you spending the money like you told taxpayers you would within certain categories? And those percentages would be laid out. And those amounts obviously estimated, but would be dependent upon what was collected. And just to follow up also, you're looking at the average home of $150,000 with homestead is about $10 a month is what we're asking the community to invest. We view that as a small investment for a big return. It is schools are an economic driver in any community, So my opinion was to bring it forward even now in the midst of all this, and many will say timing's not right. I'll argue that we can't wait to make our schools the absolute best they can be. If you want the community to thrive, your schools need to be up there as well. And then I also use as an example those that have passed, St. John's, Sarasota, Manatee, they're doing extremely well as a result of it. And they're able to provide some things that are above and beyond. And it's just been really, I would have liked to have done this a year ago, but we weren't there. We weren't ready. But that's just my 2 cents as to my logic for bringing it forward.
Gus?
John, maybe you could address this. I've been looking back at the state funding for students, and statewide from 2015 to 2020, for statewide, the average was the state contributed 57%, local is 43%. The same time, 2015 to 2020, Hernando County is funded 71.5 from the state and 28.5 from local. How does that affect the quality that we can spend our money? The more money we get from the state, isn't there more strings attached that we have to follow those bylaws and we can't use it differently than we want to? I'm a firm believer that as far as legislators, they give you just enough to say you got a good education, but we know we need a lot more. So the more dollars that come in locally, don't we have more latitude of growing programs?
Yes, and I'll give you several answers embedded in there. One, I think you're talking about how the state takes the money and differentiates it when they put it out to the different counties based on the property value wealth in that county. So it'll adjust. The highest will get the least amount of state funding, and the lowest property values will get the most amount of state funding. So that's that. Your other question was, does it come in often with ties? Yes, unless it's truly unassigned operational dollars. Other than that, it comes in as categoricals. It comes in with very specific purposes. And I'll give you a great example that you'll hear in the next presentation is that I believe our revenue has gone up by $5 million, I'll say, roughly. But 3.8 of that is categorical. Mm-hmm. Just that one area. Then we've also had some other increases. So we really didn't increase anything in operational. We're in a negative. So that's kind of what you have to look at too. And the budget presentation is next. I encourage anybody that's watching to continue to watch that and see the efforts that we're taking to reduce our expenditures in this district and make sure we're living within our means. So, but yes, to answer that, that's often what happens. Another good example is with some choices that we've made in this district, such as our SROs. This board, maybe it was a previous few makeup, I don't know if it was all this board, this county committed to SROs in each of our schools. So we added the elementary to that. We're not funded at that level. So that's another example of where we do receive state funding, but we want to be better than what we thought the offering was. So we've added more. So that's what we're trying to enhance and keep those enhancements and continue to grow as a district. I don't know if I answered all your questions there, Gus. If I missed one, let me know.
Very good.
Oh,
Linda?
and while, I'm sorry, can I?
Yes, sir.
While I have that, I want to point out too that each year the state, since I can remember, I think at least 10 years, has decreased the millage tax. And I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing. That's the lower taxes. That's okay. I mean, okay. All right, no problem. So really, we're trying to make up some of that because it lowered it down some. So each year we received less and less of that cut of property value taxes. So we're trying to help offset some of that, with the bottom line being is that I wholeheartedly believe, and my staff wholeheartedly believes, that if we have the world-class education system we want, then it'll bring in the economics, it'll bring in everything. So.
I think I said this before, that many years ago, I sat in as an intern for the economic development when there was a void in position. And I can tell you that within the top 3 to 5 questions that any business that came to the county while I was there, and it probably still happens, the question is, tell me about your school district. Tell me about your school district. We made some great leaps and bounds from when I came in 1985, but we got a long way to go. Without money, you can't do anything.
Linda?
I just want to say, because I was involved in the half-penny sales tax campaign, and Jimmy, you brought up some excellent points. And in the ideal world, we would have already met with realtors, builders, the chamber, Hernando Progress, and people like that, which was a great concern to me too. It's just the timing. I mean, we didn't have enough time to tell our story. I feel like that people don't really know what's happening, many of them in our schools, and whether we're going to be able to tell this story and actually convince the public and the people that we need to support us. I don't know. I feel like as a board member, I have to try, because I know we have so many needs, and to not try would not be a good thing. You're right. I mean, asking for a tax increase in these horrible times, it's heartbreaking to me to have to do that. And, the sad thing, we say it's only $10 a month. Well, what happens is, food's going up, everything's going up. So people, even though that seems like a minimal amount, it really isn't in many budgets. And I think, as Mr. Stratton said, we can try to tell our story. We can show the needs. Ultimately, it'll be the voters' decision. And hopefully we can put together enough information to convince them. But I agree, if this would not be the way I would want to have done it if I had a choice, but we have no choice. We either have to go forward or we don't. And many people said, oh no, it should have been on the August primary. You'd have had a better chance. Well, is that really fair too? Because so many people don't vote. So by carrying it to November, and we have, since I've been on the board, unbelievable support from our legislators. Senator Simpson, Representative Angolia, Masulo. I mean, talk about the ideal legislators in terms of our support. And I just feel like, yes, I hate doing this. Yes, I wish I didn't have to do this, but I feel like that we have no choice, because if the rule is we have to wait to do it in the general election, or that's the preferred way, we're talking about 2 more years, and we have no idea what our financial situation may or may not be.
So Linda, you'd like to move forward?
I would like to move forward, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm interested in moving forward.
Jimmy?
I'd like to say one thing before we start. Has the governor signed any bills right now as far as the salary increases for the teachers?
Not that I've been made aware.
Has the governor signed anything that has to do with our vocational school, our
Not-
career and technical education.
Again, not that I've been made aware.
And this is all due on June 30th, is his ultimate day for doing it. What I'm asking for you to do is to postpone this for 2 weeks until he figures out if he's going to sign this or if he's not going to sign it. And that gives us an indication of what we have to ask for. And that's all I'm asking.
Okay, Jimmy, you do not want to move forward.
I do not want to move forward tonight.
Gus?
I'd like to delay 2 weeks.
I'd like to move forward with discussions with other groups. I really think we need to learn the climate out there before we take a stance, a hard stance, and get them to know our needs. So, like in a business, a soft opening maybe?
Which is fine. Just for everyone's information, this is a conversation we were hoping to have a month or more ago with COVID and whatnot. We have a deadline, and that deadline, I have to take it before the county commission in their July meeting, and it has to be to Shirley Anderson by August 1st. So I have next month that I have to get those two things done if you want me to move forward. Those are the next steps. So when it comes to talking to groups, I'm just not sure we have time now. Not that I don't want to talk to them, but time to wait and then do it. We could certainly talk to them, but I don't know if we have time to wait.
Well, maybe if we can do it in the next week, because what I've been hearing is that maybe there's an alternative way, and there's still that push that it's going to affect the building industry, which I still don't understand why. If it doesn't affect other counties, it's going to affect us. But I think it might be advantageous to at least hear their point. And probably what their point is something that's going to take a lot longer than we have time to do. But when do we meet again?
This board doesn't meet till late July. Again.
July 28th is your next meeting.
Yeah.
That's,
So, Madam Chair, if I may, to Mr. Lodato's point, I guess if the board were to push this off, it would either have to wait till the 28th, which would clearly be beyond the time that you could approve it, get the ballot language to the supervisor to make it all work in the time they're requiring. It would just require the board to have either a special board meeting or something to that effect in the next 2-3 weeks.
All right, so Gus, you want to have a position of wait. Is that correct?
no, not in a position of wait. I think if we're going to go forward with it, we need to really get going on a strong team of positive players. We could rustle that up. There's people in the community that are well respected, and they can get the word out to a lot of people and all that. I don't think we could wait past the date that we need to, by no means.
So
In a perfect world, this would have all taken place.
we never have a perfect world. Gus.
I don't want to set us up for failure by no means, but I think what I'm saying is that I believe that there's still a good chance that the citizens of this county know that we have proved ourselves that we are very fruitful with our money, and that we're not wasting it just from the half-cent tax, and the accountability about that. And I got to believe that there's enough people in here that know that the quality of education in Hernando County has to rise, and it can only rise by the people that we employ. And right now we're losing people because we can't keep up. And we've given some good raises out over the years, but so has everybody else. And I'm all about a quality education or well-rounded education, and that all takes money, much more than we got.
So are you want to move forward now?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for, before I put my 2 cents in. Mr. Alfonso, what is the exact how does a board of county commissioners fit into this process?
The issue that I've addressed with Ms. Martin's staff and superintendent in the past, and it's come up a number of times, has been that the law, this particular statute, doesn't give discretion to the Board of County Commissioners concerning putting this on the ballot. It is a ministerial act. I just forwarded a little while ago a recent case that was provided out of Indian River schools where that school board, the county, was reluctant to put the matter on the ballot. The school district filed suit, and there was an order that directed the Board of County Commissioners to immediately put the issue on the ballot. So a lot of words to say. I don't think that it's a matter that the Board of County Commissioners has any discretion in whether or not to do it. This board is the authority to decide whether or not it wants it on the ballot, and if it does so, then the matters should be promptly put on the ballot. The incidental issues like cost associated, well, those aren't applicable here because it's going to be riding on the same ballot as a general election. So there really wouldn't be any county interest to say, no, we're not going to do that at this point. And then finally to say that the more time you give them, the more notice you give them, the harder it is to make the argument for them that there's a reason, a good faith reason not to put it on the ballot.
Okay.
Susan, can I ask a question?
Yes,
In listening to what both Gus and Jimmy said, maybe it would be in our best interest to just have a special meeting and give these groups the opportunity to come forward. But I don't know the timing. Could we do that? It would take how long? The only topic for the meeting would be the discussion of this. Is it 2 weeks would be the soonest we could have a meeting, and would that give us enough time? I don't know. I'm just asking this question.
So I less about law and more about just the schedule, because there's a holiday that happens soon enough within the next 2 weeks. So there's the 4th of July thing that happens.
It's on a Saturday, though, so, okay.
So to Mr. Lodato's point, if it's a matter of a 2-week delay, that would put this a special board meeting possibly on the 7th, if the board prefers Tuesdays, and then Tuesday evening versus day. Those are all things the board would have to determine as to what's best and what would give the maximum opportunity for stakeholders to participate. But that would seem to be, if that's sufficient for Mr. Lodato, that still puts you in enough time, I think, with the superintendent to still be able to communicate, get other people and stakeholders interested. And if the board were to take action then, I haven't spoken to the supervisor, but in the last time we had any discussion of this matter, I think it was as long as the ballot language is available by August, then we shouldn't have a problem.
But it would have to go to the county commission too.
So it's got to go in, and we'd have to align it. It'd have to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners with the supervisor being directed to place it on the ballot.
So if we met the 7th, then the 14th is the BOCC meeting.
That doesn't mean it can go on their agenda.
You can go on the agenda.
I've given Mr. Rogers a heads up that
Okay.
that I'd like to be on the agenda. I don't know what his time requirements are, probably 7 days also.
So I believe their requirements are just as ours, 7 days, which would still put them at that publication, I believe, for us is typically on the Wednesday, I think by noon, would be enough to make it for the following Tuesday meeting. Is that right, Kelly? Is that about how your deadline is, or do you actually run them on Tuesdays?
They run on Friday. My deadline is that
Monday.
Yeah, before.
And I can work with Mr. Rogers to find out exactly. And
I can't say, well, I'm going to interrupt. I can't say I'm in favor of doing a delay. Okay?
Okay, I'm just proposing this as an option because I do understand that, I don't know if this is going to come as a shock. Maybe Mr. Lodato or Mr. Guadagnino know? I mean, is this something that's being discussed out there or
Yeah.
not being, it's being discussed? And has been being discussed for,
Since the subject first came up.
okay, so for a couple of months.
But more intense now than,
Right, because, it's getting closer to what happened.
but that's not what the whole thing's about, Linda. The whole thing is about, in my opinion, is that the governor's going to be signing bills or not. He's either going to veto them or he's going to bring them forward. It gives us a better indication of the direction that we need to move. If it becomes a negative, then it enhances our situation on moving forward. If it's a positive, we're already saying that 50% of it's going to go to teachers. It's like a duplication of what we're talking about. All I'm asking for is a 2-week delay. I'm asking for the governor to finish either signing the bill or not signing or vetoing.
Well,
Jimmy, even if he signs that teacher's salary, it's a reoccurring expense for us. It's not just going to be that they're giving us this money and all is well with the world anymore.
Because next
year, that
right.
is not part of it. It actually could put us in a tougher financial position because we're not close to that beginning salary, nor the extended salaries for the more experienced teachers.
Our teachers make below state average. Our teachers make below state average.
Yes, they do, and have. So just having him sign that is not going to make a difference in our request to put this out for a vote of the public. It's not.
Putting it out for a vote and winning the election is two different things.
Look, we lost one time before and came back and won. I have faith in this county and our ability to get our message out there, to get the support that we need. We have, as a board, followed through on everything we've said we're going to do, and we've done it in a very transparent way, and this is no different.
The difference is people are hurting, and we have to figure out which way it's going to go.
We have to make the message understandable, hopeful, believable. Yes, it's not the best of times, but we could be doing ourselves more damage by not recognizing what I think we have in our county in the way of a public that supports education. Please also remember that if you don't own property, you don't pay anything under this millage. So it's not always going to encompass every single person in this county. So there are a lot of people that this is not something that's going to be part of their economic $10 a month to even begin with. So for me, it's not waiting. It's moving forward. It's getting, once that decision's made to move forward, getting that message out, talking to people, talking to groups, doing what we've done always in the past, explaining what we're all about. Where do we want to go? How do we want to get there? And it really is about our current students and our current employees, non-instructional and instructional. We all made, and Mr. Stratton said, we all made that decision to put SROs at elementary schools. And that is a huge chunk of change that we committed to doing this. And I don't think too many of y'all want to back off from that and have another security plan in place at elementary. So now you have to pay for it, people. You made it, you got to pay for it. How do we do that? We can only do it by additional funds. We are choking ourselves, literally choking ourselves to death on general fund expenditures. And it's not going to get any better anytime soon.
When was the last time we had a millage increase as a school board?
Oh, my gosh.
I don't think this district's ever levied an additional, I mean, we're at the 1.5, which is the state, we're all sitting there, that millage that's levied throughout. But I don't know of any additional millage that we've ever done.
So Hernando has never, to your knowledge, asked for a millage increase?
I don't
Not to
think
my
so.
knowledge, and I have a bunch of institutional knowledge with Heather and Susan, who are both saying they can't recall either, so.
Okay,
There's
so
been discussions about it, but it's never happened.
so again, these are desperate times calling for desperate measures, and I guess you could say, yes.
Yes.
Okay, then let me just say one more thing, and I'll stop saying what I'm saying. As soon as you say yes today, for the next 2 weeks or more, we will have a tremendous amount of negatives. If we had a chance to preempt it by discussing it with people who are going to be the movers and shakers that are going to get this thing to work, I'd rather start off on a positive note. And that's what I'm looking for, a positive note. That's why I'm here. Do I not see the problems that we're facing and things we have to overcome? Of course I am. I'm a board member, and I look at it realistically. But at the same time, as a business person, as a marketing expert, I look at all these things and say, okay, what can we move out of the way that'll make it a positive situation? My feeling is a 2-week delay is not going to kill us. But my feeling is if you want to move forward with it today, that's your prerogative. Me, I'm saying it's a mistake. Go ahead.
At this point, unless someone has changed their mind, the consensus is to move forward. Do any of you want to change your position? Okay, no, Linda?
I think I would like to go with the meeting in 2 weeks.
Okay, so Kay, Gus?
I think that's the way I was before, right? Going ahead,
I'm sorry, what?
going ahead.
That's what I want to just reconfirm. So yes, we still have consensus. We move forward now. Mr. Stratton?
So I just want to be clear on that consensus, that there was 3 to move forward
3
now and 2 to
3
wait
to.
for 2 weeks. Okay. All right.
And just for clarification, the matter is on the agenda for adoption of the resolution tonight. That's an agenda item already.
Correct.
So the board's consent,
I'm
right?
sorry,
No,
it's going to
it's-
have to be added as an off-agenda item.
Off agenda.
Okay.
No, we didn't put that on tonight.
Okay.
Okay, so
So-
with,
If that passes, how many people, or how many groups do you think we could reach in the next 2 weeks?
I don't know the answer to that without knowing their schedule, but we can reach out.
But we can reach
We
out.
can reach out to the Builders Association, Realtors, those that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Uh,
I feel it's very important that we want to know how they feel about it.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll ask, Sheila's probably listening now, so I'll get her working on scheduling those for me.
all right, at this time, would you all mind a small break?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'll see you at 3 o'clock.
You mind, Jimmy, or you want a break? Yes, a break. Okay, let's make it, we'll come back at 2:30.
Thank you.
Meeting is temporarily adjourned. reconvening the school board workshop at 2:31 p.m. The next agenda item is ID number 4386, the 2021 budget planning item. Mr. Stratton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to welcome Kendra Siddig, our Director of Budget, and she'll be giving our latest budget update. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Chair, Board members, and Superintendent Stratton. My name is Kendra Siddig, Budget Director, and I'm happy to provide you with an update as to where we are in the budget process for fiscal year 2021. Today, we will review some of the key notes about the budgeting process, the timeline that we work with, and the revenue forecast that we currently have. You can see that during the month of July, there are dates where key information will be provided to assist us in planning our projected revenue for 2021. At this time, we are working with the Governor's Conference report that was provided to us on March 15th of this year after the close of the regular legislative session. This was prior to all of the changes related to COVID-19, so the second FEFP calc will be crucial in projecting the state revenue portion of our budget. Last week, one of my concerns was what we would end up collecting in local property tax revenue. As you know, the state requires that we budget 96% for our RLE and discretionary local funding. Last year, we collected 94.96%, which resulted in a reduction of revenue totaling $498,000 in June of last year. I am pleased to report that after the collections last week were posted, we have collected 96.7% for 2019-2020.
May I interrupt you?
Yes.
Do you all have a forecast on the year after that? What they are looking at for collection percentages?
Yes.
And
it's in my presentation.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. I will present the tentative budget to you on July 28th, provide another update in August, and then we will have the final budget hearing on September 8th, where we will ask you to adopt the final millage rates and the budget for 2021. The budget was sent to the governor last week, and he has until June 30th, which is next week, to sign it. News reports indicate that due to the circumstances surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic, the governor has stated to expect there to be a lot of vetoes. On the fourth calc, received on May 22nd, the district lost 42.86 unweighted FTE, resulting in a loss for this year of $571,838. The conference report has projected an increase for 2021 of 337 unweighted FTE. We feel that that growth is unrealistic, and you will see how we propose to budget for this later on in this presentation. So on this slide, you can see that our district-based student allocation is projected to increase $32.70 per weighted FTE for 2021. The school taxable value is projected to increase 9.98% for next year. And this may be adjusted on the second calc as well. For the fifth consecutive year, the total millage rate is declining and will be 4.427 for 2021. The second calc that we receive in July will be the basis for the final budget for next fiscal year. After that, in December, based on the October survey, the state will release the third FEFP calc, and that usually comes to us after Christmas break. that is when we expect that the state will adjust their numbers so that that projected 332 will be adjusted. This is also the time that we see what the adjustment for McKay and the Family Empowerment Scholarships will be. This year that we're working with now was the first year that we had the Family Empowerment Scholarship, and we found that out when we got the third calc. They had taken $600,000 from us. We will now review some of the other components of the conference report. We can see that there are some marginal increases in some of the non-restricted funding areas like sparsity, discretionary mills compression, and ESE guaranteed allocation. The mental health allocation is projected to increase by almost 59%. The Safe Schools component shows an increase of $3,975. I would like to mention that for 2021, our projected cost for the SROs and the 2 violence prevention workers is $2,469,598, which gives us a shortfall of a little over $1 million in safe school funding. SAI reading and instructional materials combined are shown to increase slightly over 6% compared to this year. But that also could be because of that projected FTE increase. So I would guess that the third calc, we're going to see a reduction in those areas as well. On this slide, we can see that the DJJ allocation, digital classroom, funding compression, and the turnaround supplemental services allocation all show a decrease in projected funding for 2021. The best and brightest is going away, and this year we have the new restricted categorical called teacher salary increase allocation in the amount of $3.8 million. I would like to remind you that in 2013-14, then Governor Rick Scott had a similar funding component of $3.7 million in teacher salary increases. The designated funding did not follow in any years after that. The funding component for student transportation shows an increase of $170,000, which will bring our total funding for this area up to $5.37 million. The 2021 budget for transportation is $8.93 million. So just in that area, we'll be underfunded $3.56 million in our transportation. Here you can see our net state FEFP and the remaining components of the state funding that include class size, lottery, and school recognition. So to recap, we see that our total state FEFP is projected to increase by $3.7 million. Here we see our projected local funding based on 96% of the taxable value times our millage rate. The total increase, if we collect the full 96%, will be $2.1 million. So that's the amount, Susan, that we would see in additional property tax. To recap, we see that our total state funding and total local funding will result in an increase in projected revenue of $5.86 million. And that looks good until you go to the next slide. While the $5.8 million looks promising, let's look at the reality. When you take out the allocation for the teacher salary increase, when you reduce the expected revenue reduction that we will get in the third calc for McKay and Family Empowerment, our actual state revenue related to FEFP will decrease $1.3 million. So what were our challenges and solutions for this preliminary budget? On the left side of the slide, you can see the various additional expenditures for 2021. We have a significant increase in the employer's FRS contribution. It's going from 8.47 to 10% just for the regular pension plan, and that doesn't count drop. Drop is increasing significantly as well. We have also added the new charter elementary school. We are recognizing the increase in both McKay Scholarship and Family Empowerment, the new teacher salary increase as a result of House Bill 641 that we previously mentioned, and the additional allocations to schools due to growth and reduced schedules. The 5% increase to our SRO contract, and the cost to implement the pre-AP at our middle school. We also have an increase in our property casualty insurance premium, and we've included the step increase for the HUSW contract. To offset many of these additional costs for next year, we took the following measures to reduce expenditures. We eliminated one instructional allocation at each high school, as well as the elimination of 4 positions at the district level. Through analyzing the workers' comp and health insurance actual cost, we were able to reduce the budget in these 2 areas. We have non-recurring expenditures that were budgeted in 2019-20 that will not be budgeted next year. We are reducing the anticipated terminal payout based on historical analysis, and all departments were able to review their budgets and make cuts to further assist us in reducing the cost for 2021. So what does the preliminary budget look like at this point? During the month of June and July, the remainder of expenditures will be posted for this fiscal year, and after the last payroll is processed on Thursday, we will be able to project what our lapsed funds will be that will return to fund balance. This year is unlike any other year in that we had 10 weeks of operating restrictions due to COVID-19. So when we looked at our utility cost and many of the areas like that, those are going to look a lot less this year than they normally would have. I am projecting a preliminary beginning fund balance of approximately $19.2 million. The total estimated revenues total $183.5 million. This includes a little over $1 million from federal sources and includes our Medicaid and ROTC reimbursements. Our state FEFP and local district school tax are based on the conference report. The miscellaneous state revenue primarily is our workforce developmental funding, and we have approximately $1.9 million projected that include indirect costs from federal programs and food service, E-rate reimbursement, interest earnings, P-card rebates, rental income, to name a few. Our other financing sources in the transfer in from capital is for the property casualty insurance. The total appropriations are estimated at $185.8 million, which leaves us with an estimated ending fund balance at June 30th, 2021 of $16.89 million. Now let's look at an analysis of our projected ending fund balance. The actual numbers for the non-spendable and restricted portion will be adjusted at year end, but for the purposes of this presentation, I'm using the numbers that we started with for this fiscal year. The assigned fund balance contains the following. We have $1.01 million in health insurance rebate and profit sharing. We have also included an assignment to account for the excess FTE that was listed in the conference report. As I mentioned earlier, the state issued a 4th calc last month on May 22nd, and at that time, they reduced our weighted FTE, which resulted in a funding loss of $466,000. I previously spoke about the conference report projection that shows an unrealistic increase in unweighted FTE. For that reason, I am including an assigned portion of our fund balance for a projected decrease in this area. Additionally, we have the assigned reserve for the VOTEC school and a projection of what our 2019-2020 carry forward appropriations will be. The remaining unassigned fund balance is projected to be $5.57 million, or 3.06% of projected revenue. This is considerably lower than anything we have seen in the last few years. Here we have a composite graph of what our general fund balance looks like. Each classification shows the projection at this time of where we project to be at June 30th, 2021, using the information available at this time. Again, you can see that our unassigned fund balance is projected to be 3.06%. To give you a visual of the projected appropriations, here is a breakdown by object, as well as a graph showing the percentage of each. Salaries and benefits are at 81.63%. At the beginning of 2019-2020, they were 80.12%, so that we can see the increase in that area. Materials and supplies have increased slightly, 0.39%, and the total overall percentage in all other areas have decreased. Over the course of the next few months, we will close our current fiscal year, determine the actual lapsed funds, and finalize our ending fund balance. We will get the second FEFP calc and receive the certified tax roll that will be used for our tentative budget hearing. We will continue to monitor any changes that affect the operations of our schools that could have an impact on the budget, and pray that we don't have any COVID cuts from a special session. The budget development process is a reflection of state mandates, school board actions, and careful planning. Budget development, review, and consideration will be completed with a detailed review of every revenue and expenditure category within the context of the school board's goals, mission, and financial policies. Does the board have any questions?
Is there any good news in there?
The good news
Yes.
is that we did lower our expenditures.
Yes, we did.
We had to make some cuts to do that, but it needed to be done. So I appreciate staff working on that and making that happen.
When do we get a close to final numbers count on McKay in family empowerment?
They start the year using the same number as they had the year before. This past year was the first year that they actually included it in the revenue. When we got the second calc, they showed the decrease in the revenue. Every year prior to that, they've not included it in the second calc. So we always appropriated so that we would have some provision for that. I don't know what they're going to do this year, but they historically use the same number until they get a new number on the third calc, which we don't get till January. But I'm projecting an increase. I mean, I look at historical, how it's changed over the last 10 years.
Don't we have some of the data coming in already for this coming
For
school year?
fourth calc, we do, yes.
Okay.
Which I'm projecting about a $200,000 increase in McKay and about a $250,000 increase in family empowerment at this time. That's what I've included in the budget presentation.
Which is one reason I think, Mr. Stratton, we're focusing on a campaign to get students back into our school system in the manner in which I believe they should be taught.
Yeah, absolutely. We are marketing to get them to return and again, make us realize we're the number one choice and get behind that. Some other areas she mentioned, we spend far more on our DJJ program than we bring in, and there was a reduction this year. So, I mean, those are the little things that kind of get you as when we're spending. I think, Gus, you brought it up, when we're not bringing enough money to pay for what we're asked to do. So that happens in some categories, not all, but some.
Jimmy, did you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question. The reserves that we are required to have on hand is what?
3% of your revenue.
So then, if you were to pull out the $250,000 that you have on VOTEC, which you transferred over, which actually came out of, I believe it was out of impact fees.
It came out of fund balance,
Did it come out of grant? It came out of what?
general fund balance.
It came out of general fund balance. So then you're sitting on a situation that you're so close to the mark that if we can't get above the 3% mark, then what happens?
We have to make changes. I mean, if we get a projection that we're going to go below 3%, we have to.
I don't believe the VOTEC, that's assigned.
It's assigned.
That's not part of the 3%,
No.
3.06% we're showing as unassigned. So anything in that line above that has already been assigned, so it's not part of that 3.06, correct?
Correct.
So then
So-
you're sitting at 3.6 is what you're saying.
3.06.
And
It's close.
what are you looking for as far as at the end of the year? Where do you think we're going to be as far as reserves?
For this year or next year?
Yeah, for this year. I mean, you're going to have to summarize it and get it up till the end of the year, which you'll be making some adjustments in between there, right?
Well, lapse funds is going to play a big role in that, and we'll see what that actually comes out to be. We've done some projections, and so that's where we're coming up with the 19 million beginning fund balance.
And last year, where were our reserves at that time?
We were
5.
well over 5.
What was it? So in this last year, we have dipped down to 3%, is what you're saying.
Correct.
And yet we made a lot of changes through the years and adding on employees and putting on different programs and whatever, and it brought us down to those levels.
Correct.
This is the situation of the planning portion that I'm always harping on, is that we always make adjustments or we do things without knowing what the consequences are. And so now here we are at a critical situation saying to everyone everything is wonderful, but yet we're on the borderline of a problem. Correct?
Well, the second calc is going to be critical. I mean, and the beginning fund balance is going to be critical. Hopefully, when we come back next month, I'll have better numbers, but this is the best that we have for now.
This is why I harped in the beginning on the fact that I thought we needed a CFO or we needed an outside firm come in here just to go over all the figures to give us an outline of what we could project and find out where we can make changes that will help us enhance the situation, this picture, at the end of a year such as this year. And
Well,
so-
that's what we've done. I
Right,
mean,
but we don't have the outside source. For instance, in the county, they moved in the same direction, not moving, with only their internal people. And I have absolutely no complaints about our internal people. All I'm asking for is, why can't we have an outside firm come in and look at our figures and substantiate our figures without playing, let's transfer these funds over from this port to the general fund, and then we're constantly making the transfers to kind of balance our budgets out. I've seen this happen as a volunteer up here, and I see it happen today.
So we could, we are audited by, I believe, the state this year. So we do have outside agencies that come in every year and review our books.
Right. But your outside agency are reviewing the figures that we give them every year, and they substantiate what our figures are. But we don't have anybody who goes into our general fund or our funds to verify them every single thing. In other words, we don't have a total audit. We just have audit of what figures we're giving to the state.
No, I think it's a total audit, but you're looking for more projection than
Yes,
you are
what I'm
audit.
looking for is when I had a discussion with Heather Martin a year and a half ago, we had talked about this and the fact that I would like to see an outside firm such as the one that was hired by the county to go over all of our figures to see if all our figures are substantiated and correct.
And we were interested in that as well, and we are still interested in that. Right now, we don't want to spend the money on that. To be honest with you, it's that we're in that type of position where we don't want to spend any additional money if we don't have to. And I would tell you the end result for what happened, parts of what I know what happened at the county is how to reduce expenditures.
Yes. But
We reduced by $7.3 million on our own this year, and our goal is to continue to reduce that.
I understand that, Jim.
We've gone from a large deficit to a much, much smaller
Yes.
deficit that we're trying to get to zero and in the positive. And there are some things, and I know adjustments, this is a crazy world, educational budgeting.
Well, here's.
But we get hit with this, that, taken away here, and we do have to move money around. FRS, as you said, hit us hard to the point of.
1.9 million
Yeah,
is what-
$1.9 million that we weren't paying last year, that we're paying this year. As you mentioned, the McKay Scholarship, those went up. So those are things that are kind of unforeseen when it comes to future projection. We do budget for increases, but not to that, typically not to that level.
Okay, well, the question is this. We made a lot of adjustments and a lot of salary changes at the beginning of your term, and we elevated many people to a certain position. And then throughout the year, well, when the teachers agreed to their contract, then it was another 2.5% increase for all of our staff and people here at the district and our principals and everybody else. And so these are all monies that were put up. And what I'm talking about is when you are looking at, for instance, the business of education, you have to know where you stand at all times. And I don't feel that we know where we stand at all times.
So
We shouldn't be making salary increases and new positions and everything out there when we don't know what the outcome will be down the road.
It's a double-edged sword. You're absolutely right. We've given out very good raises in recent years because we need to be competitive. That I believe this board had eyes wide open on when we talked about that and the impact it has from there on out each year. You're absolutely right. We've committed to some extra positions that we felt were needed. We've changed some budgeting practices going forward now because when you roll $30 million, you can't look at your unions and say you're not going to get a raise. It's just not going to happen. When you're carrying a fund balance like that, we want a healthy fund balance, but if you're rolling forward that much money, you're going to give it away in raises, and it's going to catch you. And we're stopping that before it catches us, is what we're trying to do here. On top of the 1.9, we weren't anticipating the 600, the drop in our Medicaid funding by
Additional
hundreds of
charter.
thousands of dollars.
Additional charter, that was $1 million.
So yes, these are discussions we've had that it will catch us, and we're heading that off by trying to, again, it's simple math when it comes to that, reduce expenditures, increase revenue. Increasing revenue, we're talking millage, reducing expenditures, $7.3 million this year. Now, I serve at the leisure of the board. If you guys want to have the group that the county had over there, we can certainly bring them in and they can come devise a plan and help us out. I'm not anti that. I'm just being very cautious on any dollars we spend right now.
I think a lot of this was created, and we talked about it back when we had a very nice fund balance, but we also had teachers going across county line and making $5,000 more. And we had to stop
Yeah.
that bleeding.
Absolutely, absolutely. We need and needed to be and remain so competitive. If we want the best and we want to retain the best, then we have to be competitive. And this board committed to that, rightly so. But now we're here with a much leaner fund balance than we've had in years. But I have faith we're going to increase that without seeing the unknown out there.
Kendra, for an example, how much does the 5% SRO increase cost us every year, approximately?
100,000.
It was about 108,000 this year, I believe.
Okay. My point being that there's some things that we just simply can't control. We have to live with it. I don't think that having an outside firm come in and look at it would give us any better information than what we have now. We get quarterly budget updates. We have the opportunity to review those, to go into finance, sit down and talk about those things. It's the unexpecteds that get thrown our way by decisions that are made in Tallahassee, like FRS, as an example, and what it cost us. Some things we do not have control over. We have to respond to it. But I believe finances, as a formal principle, I didn't always like the fine-tooth comb you all did.
We're not the favorite people.
No, you're not. But I also understood the rationale behind the close scrutiny.
Yes.
And I do appreciate it. I just don't believe that an outside firm is going to be able to tell us anything that we don't already know. I question. I don't question their integrity, but I'm not sure many of those, really have that educational background to understand the business of a school system and schools. That can be very difficult to deal with because we are different. We're a business, but we're not a typical business. And as a result, we have to do the best we can with the reviews that we have. And like I say, we do have quarterly updates. This board receives those reports. You can go in. Kendra knows me on a first-name basis now because there's things I didn't understand, and I wanted to understand. I still do. I still have questions. And the way I try to educate myself is to go in and ask those questions and gain a better understanding of what is done and why. So back to square one, I don't think an outside firm is what we need right now. I believe there's enough eyes on this budget and the process that we're good, and we certainly have the board has many chances to do things differently. And while I'll bring up the charter school, yes, I voted for it, but at that time, I did ask the question, what is this charter school going to offer our students in this district that we don't already offer? But when we made that decision as a board to move forward, yes, there's a cost attached to that is now going to come back and bite us a little bit. So I think maybe in the future, for me personally, I'm going to be thinking about more on that side of things when I make a decision. What are the long-term ramifications of the things that we can control? Thank you. I'm done.
Let me just add one thing as far as the 5% for the SROs. Can I ask the question as who negotiated that contract? And the question I'm throwing out at you is, every year I go to the board meetings at the BOCC, and I never see the sheriff get more than 2 to 2.5%. So how did we negotiate and come to a 5? Who negotiated? I'd like to know who the crack negotiator was who agreed to a 5%.
It wasn't any of us.
No, well, that's what I'm getting at. Everything needs to be scrutinized. I'm not sitting here telling you you're doing something wrong. I'm just saying I like checks and balances.
I absolutely agree we should scrutinize.
I like to know where we stand at all times. When a person comes up here and starts talking about how many employees they need or they want a new position, I want to make sure that when I ask my superintendent, can we afford this? And my superintendent says, yes, we can. I want to be able to depend on you to do that, and I believe in that. And so my feeling is we're going to have to be very careful at what we spend money on. When people come up here, and I know what happens with staff. Staff is the same thing as we had in corporate. Everyone wants to shine, so they'll bring you 100 programs that they think is the greatest thing, or we have just had a presentation from this incredible company who has the tell-all most wonderful system ever, and we need to buy it. And then we end up buying that system, and if we don't have an escape clause, then of course we have to continue to pay for it. Or at the same time, We may have some that overlap on systems we already have in place. And so I just want to be very careful about the money we spend and to save the money so that we can pay our teachers and give our students what they want, a better education. That's what I'm looking for. And I know we all feel the same way.
Jimmy, the SRO contract goes through this year, and then it will be renegotiated again.
Well,
And,
I would like this board's permission for me to have the authority to go over and discuss it with them and try to get that reduced.
I've been under the impression that you and Dennis already had that.
Yes, and
that authority from this board to go over and negotiate the 5%.
I want that renegotiated. And I need permission. And if that's possible, Dennis, could you give us an explanation on that one time?
So, well, I guess there are a lot of pieces to it, but the simplest one at this point in time is we're kind of locked into this third year of a 3-year renewal. I will say that I mean, in part, I'm unaware of this. I have always been asked to negotiate, but in point of fact, Mr. Lodato, the terms of the SRO contract really have been kind of things that we've been forced to adopt because you just don't have much choice in the circumstance. When we first, I say it this way, that when it comes around to it, where we've been in every year of negotiation with the contract has been, we need this many SROs, and this is what the sheriff is going to cost for the average cost per deputy to provide you those individuals, and the county's not going to pay. That's pretty much been the negotiation leverage we've had when it comes to dealing with the SROs. I think that not to say it's a leverage point, the idea of considering guardians, is an option because then you can at least leverage. There's something else that you can do. But when we're going to have to pay deputies, the sheriff's position has been, this is my cost per deputy. You're going to pay me my cost per deputy, and I'll have them on your school sites. And we negotiated from here's the cost to we're going to pay you for the 10-month salary instead of the 12-month salary, and that's been the extent of what we've been able to do under the circumstances. And I'd like to be able to say I could do more, but I know we haven't. We've nibbled on little things in the past, but really it is something that, absent the bigger picture, that the county says something like, when they're not being SROs, they're deputies. So we recognize the county's got a use and a value for the services they provide, so we're going to pony up and put some also into the cost of those deputies. Absent something to that effect, we just not had a lot of bargaining leverage.
Well, let me just say this. I am a very strong advocate for law enforcement. I'm a very strong proponent for the SROs. All I'm asking is every contract is negotiable, even if it's not at the end, if it's at the end of the contract or in the middle of the contract. All we're asking, and I'm asking, is as the liaison to the sheriff's department, would I have the authority to go over and speak to them? We're in desperate times.
Well, Jimmy, if you do, one of the things I would request is that you get an actual listing of each SRO and what their salary is. Because we have not been able to get even that information. They give us an average, and that's what we pay on. Well, we don't know what it is. So, hey, get that for me. I'll become a believer.
Well, then give me the authority as a board member to go talk to them.
Dennis?
Madam Chair, I defer to the board. The board designates Mr. Lodato as the board member representative to negotiate or discuss these matters. That's really a matter up to the board. Lights on and everything. I guess it's the mask.
No one's home.
Can't read your lips.
Is it even possible to renegotiate at this point?
The contract, I think I'm on again. The contract was sent to me by Mr. Fritton probably mid to late May, it's theoretically something that would go from July 1st through the following year, because it aligns with our fiscal year, I can just by guessing say that I don't think we've ever had a signed contract by July 1st
No.
of any
we
given
haven't.
year. I think it's usually about August or so that we
Or
start
later.
resolving that. The one concern that I had hoped to discuss this year that I haven't spoken to Mr. Fritten about was just whether or not, this, what happens in the event of an extraordinary circumstance of school closures again. So that's one of the points that I think we need to talk about. But to answer your question more directly, we probably have time to have that discussion. And we could try and coordinate or schedule a meeting to have a discussion to see whether or not it can be done. The leverage is they can't go more than 5%.
Right.
So we're haggling now between maybe 1% or 0.5% and 5%.
Linda?
When I met with Sheriff Niehaus, he said he was open to negotiations. So I take him on his word. And so the sheriff is using his attorney as their negotiator. Is that correct, Mr. Alfonso? Mr. Fritten?
Yeah, well, I don't want to be evasive.
Yes,
Ms. Prescott, in reality, he's been the person who communicates to me the things that are there.
Okay.
But we've never, at the council level, really been in the negotiation throes, because it happens over a series of a lot of different meetings with a lot of different interfaces. So we haven't had that kind of negotiation in the past. Joel would be the person I would say, Mr. Fritten, look, I want to sit and talk about it. I want to schedule a meeting, and I would do that part, and I imagine the superintendent or whatever else we could say, well, a board member's going to be present with designation, or the superintendent's going to be present, or whomever it is we can invite to have a face-to-face if it's that formal. Then I could try and make that happen.
Mr. Stratton, is that something that Heather would also be able to attend and as part of negotiations?
Yes, but I'm not sure that's the best idea right now. Jill Renahan actually, comes to mind there. She could do it.
Okay.
Again, I want to go back several months, a few months ago. I thought this board went ahead and gave Jimmy the go-ahead and Dennis to act on our behalf or act on their behalf.
I brought it up and said, what are we doing with his contract? Right.
So
Yeah.
I feel like the authority's already been given.
Right.
Right.
Then I would say yes, Jimmy, and then if it's Jill Renahan, then move forward with setting up a meeting.
I think Mr. Alfonso should be there too, though. Personally.
If it's Mr. Lodato, I'll be happy to reach out immediately and then put something on the calendar as quickly as possible, so we could either sit down face-to-face or have this meeting and start getting the roster of attendees. And I'll reach out and just kind of include you in that loop.
Good.
Okay, Jimmy?
That sounds good.
All right. Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
We'll look forward to your next presentation. Next up on the agenda, we have item ID 4382, discuss preliminary health insurance rates for 2021. Mr. Stratton?
Yes, this was a follow-up discussion to what we had you had as a board in terms of insurance. Staff was given direction to go out and meet with Blue Cross Blue Shield and talk about either what the rates would be for the next coming year under fully insured versus self-insured. And I'd like to welcome Lisa Becker and Florida Blue Rep. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Good afternoon. My name's Robin McDonald, Florida Blue.
Robin, if I can just get you, when you talk, push that button. Thank you, and welcome, Robin.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, I just need clarification before we start, because I thought at the last meeting, workshop, whatever it was, probably a workshop, that we, as a board, said that we were not going to go self-funded this year, that we would stay with Florida Blue this school year, But during this school year, we would start looking at doing an RFP for health insurance, and that RFP would include information on self-funded. So I don't know.
I agree.
That's
what it was.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes.
I was a bit.
All of a sudden, we get
So
this.
perhaps we misunderstood, but myself and staff took it as direction that we're not making any decisions right now. Go talk to Blue Cross Blue Shield about these two options. What it looks like to be self-insured with Blue Cross Blue Shield or fully funded. But we collectively took it as there was no decision one way or the other made other than to go talk to Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay, that's where I'm wrong.
No.
Okay.
No, you're not
Because
right.
I really
Took
thought
it as
we would
Mr.
continue it.
Stratton said, yeah.
No, you
And
are
that You
correct.
actually asked for people to go out for other bids, too.
We want to,
So if I can just say, I know I asked the question at the last workshop. You want me to ask Florida Blue to provide you with a quote on both fully insured and self-funded. I asked that direction, and that's what I was told, yes, to bring that back to the board sooner than later. And that's where we are now. I have not gone out to bid. I've only asked Florida Blue to provide preliminary rates for fully insured and a quote on self-insured. Not that we are going self-funded, but just to give you an idea of what that looks like. So that's where we are.
Okay, then I stand confused then,
No,
because
I-
that's not what I thought we agreed
Neither.
on. I thought we agreed on exactly what I just said.
The
said
good
that.
news is we haven't done anything.
I
Right.
know, that's the good, that's the good part, but that's
Good news
really,
is we have numbers really early.
but that's what I thought.
what you're saying is correct.
I mean, I know we went around and around on this thing, but I think that's what I really think that's what we did. I still believe that's what we did. So that we would have the opportunity to have some time to do an RFP, compare those with self-funded and move on, but not something right this minute that changes.
So,
So
if I may, from a Florida Blue perspective, are you going to do an RFP this year or not? Because that changes what I would share. Because as soon as I share anything today, it becomes public record.
Right.
And any of my competitors can look at my numbers, which then puts Florida Blue in an unfair position. So I would need clear direction before I were to share anything today.
No, we're not going out to bid for next year. No.
Okay.
We're not going out for what?
We don't have time to go out to bid for next year.
No,
I said that at the last meeting, which is why you directed me to have Florida Blue provide us with their rates and what it would look like to go self-funded.
Did you have a committee that you had put in position that you were going to be investigating this? And I understand that Gus was on that committee, that we were going to look into other insurance companies and go out to an RFP.
No, I'm not aware of anything like
Well, that's
that.
exactly what we said.
Okay,
And you were going to put together this study that was going to show us what our position was,
I-
and that we were going to look at other insurance companies because of the exorbitant rate increase that Florida Blue gave us, and that's what we were looking to do.
I believe I remember the comment, I don't know who made it, but I believe I remember the comment we should check with Florida Blue first before we move forward and get those rates.
No. We need to pull the DVD from this meeting so we can
We can certainly do that.
do that.
So
Because our directive was that we were not happy with Florida Blue, and we wanted to go with an RFP. And we wanted to check out other insurance companies. At the same time, we were looking to go self-insured. And at the end, and when we had the discussion was, at the last meeting, is that we would look for an RFP from other agencies. And at the same time, we're looking at the self-insured, but when we had to have this discussion, we were saying we wouldn't have enough time to put that all together or get it done. And you wanted $250,000 for some firm who was going to conduct this study because you didn't have the time. Hold it up.
I would like to, because
I'm confused. In fact, the $250,000 was not for that firm to do a study for quotes. That was if the direction of the board was to go self-funded. What I presented at the last meeting was the recommendation from the insurance committee was to go self-funded. And if that was also the recommendation of the board, I requested the option of hiring an outside consultant to help us go in that direction. I said specifically in that meeting that if we were to go out for bids, I could do that myself. Thank you.
Right. And we said to go ahead and do it.
No, that is not the direction. I think we need to pull the meat.
I think we need to pull a copy of the meeting.
At this point,
What we're receiving right now is contradictory statements, and I want to get it straightened out. The fact is, we were not happy with the exorbitant rate increase from Florida Blue, and I was not going to sit here and just
Okay.
let
Can
them
I just point out that Florida Blue has not released a fully insured renewal
Last year, your increase was exorbitant.
based on Hernando
Based
County
on the
Schools
fact that our
claims experience.
right.
all right, we're gonna stop right now.
We, staff, did not take the direction to go out and do an RFP at this point. We felt like the board was not committed to going to self-insured or anything at that point. And we felt we were given the direction to work with Florida Blue to find out those two options if we looked at them, what we would do. With the understanding that we don't have time to go out for an RFP after that. And it would be, anything after that would be for the following school year. That's what we collectively took away.
So then-
I'll be glad to go back and review those.
So what you're saying is that we're going to stay here and be at the mercy of Florida Blue without going out for a bid when, in the beginning, when we were having this discussion, I said we needed to go out for it because it was not a 10% increase. A single payer was from 39 to 89. That's not a 10% increase. And so that's when we had the discussion, and we sat here in this private meeting having a discussion of the way we're supposed to do it, and Susan can substantiate it because that's what she heard too.
Okay, we're gonna because you can't discuss anything in the open at this point,
Exactly.
because I believe we said during the 2021 year that the bid for the following year would go out on an RFP, that we would continue with Blue Cross for this year, 2021 year, and that was it. As far as self-funded, we just need to stop right now because he cannot give us information that would jeopardize his organization, and we can't ask him to do that as much as I'd love to do that. We can't. So I think we just need to table this at this time, put this on the July 28th workshop, and get it very, very clear what the direction of this board how it wants to go forward. And I don't see making a decision today when we are not of the mindset to do so, because we're all thinking different thoughts at the moment. So I think we just need to stop and regroup where we have an actual conversation on what we are going to do for 2021 and 21-22.
Yes.
Do you
I
all, are you okay with doing that?
Yes.
I understand the confusion around the table here, but my question has to do with Lisa and her and the representative from Florida Blue. Lisa, do we have time to move this in order to have contracts in place for all of our staff? Is that question making sense?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to be directed to do in July.
Okay.
From a historical perspective, though, Florida Blue has always delivered the fully insured renewal in the month of August. The closer you get to the renewal date, the less trend the amount of months you have to trend the claims. So it's much more of an accurate number closest to the effective date. So we've never had an issue doing a renewal in August and having contracts in place, open enrollments performed, and ID cards out to employees before January the 1st. That's never been an issue.
Thank you, sir.
But that's for Florida Blue. If my direction in July 28th is to go out for bids, that's at least a 3-month process. So,
But it wouldn't be for this school year. It would be 21, 22.
So
That's where I feel like we need direction and
Yes.
consensus again. Either we're going out for an RFP for this coming school year,
Yes.
That is
August,
not-
or we're not.
I want to go out.
That is not what we said we wanted to do, honestly.
I'm hearing conflicting thoughts here at the table on that message. 'Cause
Well-
we did not take it as it happening right now either. The RFP. We did
I
not
do-
take it as happening right now.
I do not believe that this board asked you to go for RFP at this present minute for this coming up academic year. I do not think that's
No,
what we
I
did.
agree. We were
And
not.
even the consultant said with the history in this area that Florida Blue would most likely come out on top, which was one of the reasons we decided to stay with them and then at the same time ask them to do the self-insured.
That was our understanding.
Mine too.
Yes.
But it was along with the RFQ.
Go ahead,
ahead.
Gus.
It was to me, it was with the RFPs.
Yes.
So the information that we were bringing today was a preliminary quote for our 2020 plan year renewal, along with a quote from Florida Blue for self-insured. We don't have to go self-insured. You all wanted to see what that looked like,
Right.
and that's what I'm bringing, are both. You wanted the quotes earlier. Normally, Robin and I negotiate in August. You wanted those quotes earlier because we were predicting a much higher increase this year than last year. So you wanted those quotes earlier this year with the direction that next year we would look at for the plan year 2021 going out to bid or going self-funded. So that's the information I'm bringing today, and that's what I wanted to discuss today. So if we are all in consensus that for the year 2020, we are going to stay with Florida Blue, then I would like to present to you what they are estimating our renewal rates are for next year.
I don't think we should get into self-funded until we do the RFPs.
It's just looking at it. You don't have, it's in your
I know
packet.
it's just looking at it, but it's not something,
This
if
is,
we want to look at it, why wouldn't we wait until we do the RFP?
then
and
don't look at it. I'll just
then?
have them talk about fully insured. Don't look at it. If you want, tear up the pages that are in your packet. I'm just doing what I was directed to do at the last meeting.
Right. I think the consultant even recommended to ask Florida Blue
Yes.
to do the calculation for the self-insured, since we were asking him to do the calculation for next year's coverage.
Right.
So that was recommended.
It doesn't
by
hurt
the
to look at it. You don't have to do it. It's just to look at it.
Right, but it's based on data that if we stay with Florida Blue this year, will change. Could change.
Right. I think this was just like a what-if scenario if we did, in fact, go to self-insured next year, right? It's my understanding that the data you're presenting today would be if the board had decided to go with
Yes.
self-insured.
Well, it's just a quote. It's just
Right.
an idea of what it would look like. So the
An
ASO funding, the reinsurance, and what the recommended rates are if you go self-funded. And what the consultant was saying is you will, because you all were talking about would there be a decrease, would there immediately see a benefit to that? So what we were going to do is show you the difference between that plan design and fully insured so you can understand why if there is a decrease, there is a decrease. So, but it wasn't intended to be that you had to make that decision.
But what is, if self-funded, and if I look at in my memory about it, we had trends. And some years it would have been good to be self-funded, and some it would not be so good.
Right.
I guess in my mind right now, I'm thinking, what is the point of looking at self-funded now when, given a whole year of new data coming in, new claims, that self-funded could look a lot different at the end of this school year than it did right now.
Go ahead, Robin. You wanna-
So I would just point out that whether you're self-funded or fully insured, the underwriting formula really doesn't change. And just when you're fully insured, like being self-funded, you can have very good years, you can have very bad years. But there are mechanisms in place for reinsurance where you know what your maximum liability is. So to the point earlier that Florida Blue delivered a massive increase, the same would have been said if you were self-funded. You have to be disciplined because your claims are your claims, regardless. Your claims are your claims if you're fully insured or whether you're self-funded. So if you have a really bad year and you're self-funded and your claims are very high, you're still going to have to implement either benefit changes or rate increases to your self-funded plan, just as you would have to do to your fully insured plan. Difference is, fully insured, Florida Blue is on a risk, so if you have a terrible year, we lose money. We don't come after you for that money. What we do is we aid and assist the school board to manage their own group health plan where they're self-funded. And when you have really good years, you keep that money in the self-funded health plan reserve balance. So I just wanted to point out that the primary difference is formulas are the same, claims are the same. It's about a matter of who is holding the risk.
It's throwing the dice.
Just a little background on me. I do nothing but public sector within the state of Florida, work with many school boards, nothing but public sector. I'd say pretty much the majority of them in the state of Florida are all self-funded. And 20-odd years ago, they got themselves into a lot of trouble because they weren't disciplined. When the ACA passed 10 years ago, a lot of them went self-funded because you can manage a lot more components on your plan as opposed to being fully insured. And they've been very disciplined and their plans have been performing well. For instance, I work with Pasco schools and they're self-funded. They have clinics throughout the county. Their group-specific trend is a single digit. Invariably, they're giving 3 to 5% increases every single year because they're pretty steady. So there are many mechanisms and resources to use to manage your plan accordingly. So that was my point earlier. Whether you were fully insured or self-funded, last year I pretty much would have delivered the same news. Then it's up to the school board to determine how much they want to fund the plan and pass on some of those increases or benefit changes to the employees. So a lot of it was really out of Florida Blue's hands.
And as I think this board indicated, they wanted more information during this school year, 2021, stay with Florida Blue, obtain information from doing an RFP. Included with that would be information on the cost of self-funded, and then they would make a decision for 21-22, either go with Florida Blue and funded, fully insured, or another insurance company, fully insured, or go self-funded with guidance from, again, whether it's Florida Blue or another company. That is what I thought we were preparing ourselves to do. I don't think this board wanted to be rushed into a decision on making a change for this coming school year, but wanted to get that information, have good conversations and discussions about insurance and where this board could move forward along with the employees' unions and have those decisions made in a thoughtful, logical way.
Sure. I remember three years ago, I think, Hernando schools did an RFP with being fully insured. And anytime you do an RFP and you're only looking at fully insured, there will be some very, very aggressive numbers out there. It's a competitive marketplace. What invariably happens is you will get a lowball number, and it's a short-term savings for 1 year because you will have to pay the piper at some point in time, and it's basically happened at the moment. The trend for Hernando School's health plan has gone up and up because you were underfunded, and in the last couple of years, your medical loss ratio has gone up significantly, which is why you've had bigger increases. So my recommendations with all the public sector groups I've worked with is to be steady, deliver as small an increase as you can. If it's calling for a rate hold, I've never recommended that because you don't want to have that volatility with your health plan, not knowing how the school board will be able to budget, whether you can pass it on to the employees, can you give them pay increases. So if you manage the plan in a disciplined manner long term with passing minimal increases, you have a much more stable health plan. So, I mean, if you go out to bid next year for fully insured self-funded, then we'll cross that bridge next year. And if we're staying with Florida Blue for the renewal for 2021, then I would deliver that renewal like I normally do in the month of August.
All right, board, members, you've heard it, so please give me some direction then. I've mentioned tabling it. I don't want to put Florida
I don't know
Blue
why
in a
this-
bad position, but what would you all like to do?
Well, I thought from our last meeting, because I remember saying when you came to us, I feel like you bring it to us in the 11th hour when we can't make decisions because we don't have enough time to go out for an RFP. And I thought the direction was to negotiate with, well, my personal thing was stay away from self-funding at this point because I didn't feel we had enough time for clinics and setting everything up and all that. And to negotiate a better deal, try to negotiate another deal with Blue Cross. And that's it. And for next year, start with our RFP and getting our information. So.
Okay. Jimmy?
So how do you negotiate a better deal with the same company that you've had deal with before?
Well, we have no choice.
No, but how do you negotiate a better deal if you don't have
Give me a better deal.
competition?
So when you go to market on fully insured,
Yes?
you're just going to market on a fully insured rate. Some people are going to try and invest to buy your business.
Yes.
Just so they can win it. But what happens is there's a lot more to it where you look at network access and network discounts and programs when you have with providers and hospital systems. Florida Blue, and I've worked for other insurance companies, but Florida Blue is known in this marketplace to have the best contracts with the providers. So you might get a lowball number for another carrier for 1 year, and then what's going to happen, your claims are going to be exponentially increased because they don't have the level of discounts that we do with those hospital systems and programs with those hospital systems. So therefore, when Florida Blue might give you a renewal increase of 10%, their increase you're going to get from another carrier is 20%. And a perfect example of how you've negotiated a much better deal with Florida Blue is you have a profit-sharing contract. So you'll basically, if we estimate your claims, and it's not a crystal ball, but it's a pretty accurate algorithm and underwriting formula that we use. When you project your claims, if you have a stellar year and there's a significant surplus, we pass 75% of that surplus directly back to you. Mm-hmm. We only retained 25%. We also capped the administrative cost that we charge Hernando schools at 10%. Within that 10%, we have to pay state premium taxes, affordable care, health insurer fees, PCORI fees. So our administrative costs are probably around 7%. When you're fully insured, you also have the medical loss ratio rebate under the ACA. So each plan, HMO or Blue Options, we have to pay 85 cents on the dollar towards medical claims. And at the end of the year, if we pay less, we have to reimburse prorated amounts, which Hernando Schools has received over the period of time. So I've been working with Hernando School Board since 2006, and I'd say if you negotiated a better deal with all of those components that you've put in place to get you as stable as possible, to maximize the plan, because if there were deficits, we haven't called upon those. So we eat those. But the nature of insurance is you're going to have winners and losers, and hopefully at the end of the day, you have more winners than losers.
So you say, how can you negotiate? So is there a possibility, since we have trouble matching teachers' pay, that maybe we could do something with keep the price the same, keep the coverage the same, but help the teachers out at out-of-pocket expenses?
So that's always the balance you have to make. I mean, when you do the underwriting analysis, which we go through every year, which the formula really doesn't change. Mm-hmm. And again, it's pretty much the same formula that is applied to self-funded groups as it is to fully insured groups. If there's going to be a bigger increase to the rates, the way you offset that is by decreasing the benefit levels. Those are the only two mechanisms you really have. And I trust me, I empathize, and as I said, I do nothing but public sector groups. I know we're in very, very challenging times, and budgets are tight. And if you were going self-funded, you'd have to be very, very disciplined on how you set those rates and at what benefit levels. Mm-hmm. And the same thing can be said for being fully insured. If you want to fund yourself fully insured for 1 year, as I said, you'll pay the piper at some point in time.
I don't think that's what we were considering was, again, I'll go back. I don't believe we were doing or wanted to do an RFP right now for 2021. It was during the 2021 school year that this would be a situation of an RFP, again, information about self-funded, all those kinds of things. It was stay with Florida Blue for this school year, this coming school year. Lisa would negotiate with Florida Blue to get the best rates possible. That's part of the process, having that process completed in time for the enrollment period and prior to that time. That's the negotiation part I saw for this year.
So I need consensus of the board for staff direction. What I'm hearing Ms. Duval say is that we will stay with Florida Blue. New rates will come out. Lisa will work with Robin on that, on whatever those new rates are. We'll stay fully insured with the intention of looking at the 21 year with an RFP, whether it be fully insured, self-insured, to be determined.
It's actually 2022. 21 is next year. Yeah, 20. Sorry, I said the same thing.
Yeah,
I did not mean that.
The years.
It's right. The years are running together.
Is that what the consensus of the board is?
What I would like to see is if his rates climb like they climbed last year, I don't want to see Florida Blue. You know, I want to see RFPs, and I want to go out for.
Jimmy, we won't be able to do that. That's the problem.
Well, they have us, by the hamstring. I mean, whatever
Name
rate
an
they want to give you, they give you.
doesn't.
And, we're not going out to bid for any other companies. And it's true. When you do go out to bid for other companies, because I worked for a large insurance company, they are going to be competitive, and they are going to go out and give you a better rate.
We can't do an RFP fast enough, Jimmy.
To conduct a study on the self-insured. But if you want to go ahead and move forward with this Blue Cross Blue Shield, and the consensus is everybody wants to move forward, move forward.
Only I'm just saying for the 2021 school year. That's it.
I agree with
the negotiations will have to take place with Lisa leading that for this school year, because those rates haven't been established yet, have they?
No.
Thank you. That's her job, to try to negotiate the best rates possible for this school year, 2021. But during the 2021 school year, looking at an RFP encompassing all the aspects of self-funded and fully insured, and bringing it back, and then the board moves on from that point. That's,
I agree with that.
Something I'd like to say is when it comes to negotiations and when it comes to analyzing why we're where we are, we're not simply agreeing to whatever their rate may be. Robin will share this with you. It is a negotiation. We don't have a pact that every year it's going to go up a certain amount. It goes up based on our claims experience, based on our trend, based on our agreed to administrative fees, based on costs. And those costs have gone up over the year, Jimmy. As you know, you can't guarantee, regardless of how many times you go out to bid, that you are never going to get an increase. And what I've said before, and I'm not opposed to changing, but what I've said before is if we're going to change for change's sake, because somebody comes in and says, I'm going to save you 2%, then you have to look at the other cost associated with making that change, which is
I agree with you.
doctors not on the plan.
I understand that.
How do you know what rate they've negotiated with the providers? And that is information that I ask for in my RFP. I know that those other healthcare providers, and I'm saying this in front of Florida Blue, so they're hearing this, but it's a public record. I know that they have not negotiated as good a discount with our local providers as Florida Blue has. They provided that information to me. So I know going in, if Florida Blue has negotiated a 70% discount and theirs is 60, immediately I'm going to see an increase next year. I know that. So how can they be cheaper? How in the long run? So for 1 year, I'm cheaper. Everybody switches. We have a new plan we have to understand, new co-pays, new deductibles, new how the way the plan pays, and then to go back because they raised us 20 or more % because they bought our business. Mm-hmm. And how many people are going to come to a board meeting and be upset about that decision that's made?
I understand that. I was in the insurance business, so I totally understand.
So was I. I understand as well.
Yeah.
So,
my
you know.
My feeling is it's just what I told you. For 4 years, we haven't gone out for an RFP. For 4 years.
Right.
My feeling is I want to see the options that are out there as a board member. I mean, that's my responsibility as a board member. And what Susan said is exactly right. Yes, we can go with Blue Cross Blue Shield for next year. If providing the rates are great, we may stay with them. However, I want the option of looking into the self-insured and see what we can find there. And so my feeling there is whether we stay with one company or bid it out to another company, it's only going to be a 1-year Band-Aid until we find out the direction we're going to go.
Okay.
So again, for clarification, I'm hearing consensus on we stay as is. Lisa will negotiate the rates for the coming year of 21.
21, 22.
22.
And for the year of 22, 23, we will have done an RFP at
Yes.
that point, looking at both options.
Yes.
Consensus?
I want to say something though.
Wait a minute.
Are we now looking at both options? Or
Yes, but I don't get the timeline.
For
20,
January of
21,
21
21.
are the new insurance rates, whatever they are, take effect. January of 22, we will have had an RFP done prior to that.
So the spring of 2021, we will be looking at an RFP.
There you go.
Spring of 2021. Thank you. Just
Linda?
So what you negotiate now goes into effect when? August?
No.
January?
Effective January.
Okay.
I would just like to say from my past experience, having taught at a college for 15 years, and we changed 4 or 5 times, and it was a disaster. And we changed again because at that particular time that company was less. But it's all in the claims and the numbers. I mean, that's how health insurance is different from car insurance, although I know they look at accidents in your driving record. But I can speak from personal experience that when you go and change every year, your going to lose in the long run. If I look historically, since I've been on the board, a mistake that possibly we made was not that 1 year keeping the rate the same and not raising it. That was a mistake that we need not to repeat, because then what happens is we had that huge increase when you came on the board, Jimmy. So that's something that whether I'm on the board or whoever's on the board, remember that not to do that, because we paid the price for that. And I am in favor of just what Mr. Stratton said, to move forward with Florida Blue.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Do we want to know what the preliminary rates are at least? Do we want to talk about that?
Do you want to
I
share
don't
that?
think so.
We're not going out for bid for 2021. This would be for 2021. We're not
But
going
you
out
haven't
to
even
bid.
negotiated.
No, we were very early on, but you all
Right.
wanted an idea. So I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. We're early. It's very early to be talking rates, but we at least have a preliminary. Robin, do you want to?
Do you want me to go through the underwriting? Sorry, you want me to go through the underwriting analysis?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll try to be quick. I know we're a little behind.
So they all have the handout?
They all have the handout. It's
Okay,
that first page. You don't have to worry about the stuff behind because that's all.
There is an
a
awful
magnifying
lot of information, so the document we're going to be reviewing is this. So this is the actual underwriting analysis document that we go through every single year. Feel free to ask questions as we go through it, but what I'm pretty much going to be doing is focusing on the far right-hand column where it says total. Because at the moment you have three different health plans with varying levels of benefits and enrollment. So we look at each one on an individual basis, but each plan is rated accordingly to its actuarial value of the richness of the benefit. So while one plan might be calling for a massive increase 1 year and one a big decrease, we do not rate them that way, because then you would have adverse selection of people jumping into the lowest cost plan. You're then underfunded, and you haven't taken into account the actual value of the plan. Very similar to the Affordable Care Act, where you have the metal plans, gold, silver, bronze. Each one is rated based on actuarial value of the benefits, as opposed to how that plan is performing financially. So on the far left-hand column, you can see what each category represents. And then on the far right-hand side, we're going to go through a dollar amount. So basically, the fee-for-service claims over the most recent 12 months claims experience that we have is from May of 2019 through April of 2020 is $20,407,000, $20,407,527. Next, what we do, in your fully insured contract, you have an inbuilt reinsurance or stop-loss contract, as we call it. So if you have claims above a certain threshold, we back those out. The threshold you have is $510,000, and you had one claim that was above that, so we take out the $233,000. Plus, we also back out the pooling level of $510,000, because we don't want to trend that claim, because it would be like double dipping. You're trending a pooling level, which inflates the costs for next year. So we back out the entire claim.
What is a pooling point?
$510,000.
No, what is it?
So basically, if you were to have where we pay out a $4 million claim, I would take out the experience above $510,000. So in essence, you'd only be on a hook for $3.5 million. I would take that completely out of the underwriting analysis. Same thing if you were self-funded, same logic would apply. Okay, so then you come to your adjusted fee-for-service claims net of pooling of $19,664,000. We then add what's called a completion factor. Another term for it is incurred but not received. So while we're looking at paid claims, we know for a fact that over the past couple of months there have been claims that have been incurred, but we have not received those and we have not paid those. Therefore, we apply a completion factor. And it's basically about
1% to complete those claims to make them mature. So that brings us down to estimated incurred claims of $19,872,702. Next line item is benefit adjustments. If you have made significant benefit adjustments in a prior period, which were either richer or less rich benefit, I would apply a factor to either multiply that benefit or divide that benefit, whether it was an increase or decrease in benefit. But there weren't any last year, so there was no factor applied for any benefit adjustments. We then come to, again, the adjusted claims of $19,872,000. And then this is probably one of the biggest components to the underwriting analysis is trend. So trend, we all know medical inflation is significantly higher than CPI. So the trend we're applying is actually the lowest trend factor we've used in the last 15, 20 years. It's dipped below 10% for the first time, so it's a 9.9% trend factor over a 12-month period. So that's basically telling you that when you go and see the doctor today and it's $75, next year it's going to be 10% higher. So it's going to be $82.50. So that's basically medical inflation. So what we have to do, though, is we have to look through the midpoint of the experience period that we're using and look all the way through to the midpoint of the policy year we're projecting, which gives us the amount of months to apply that trend factor, which is why I say the earlier we do this renewal, the longer the period of months we have to apply that trend factor, which can then inflate the renewal. So the closer we get to the renewal, the more accurate the number is, the less trend you're using. So that's why we always do it in August. So if you're going to go out to an RFP and it's in the spring, that's something that can be accounted for. So you'll see that number, and whoever you end up negotiating with, as you get closer to the renewal, you could see if that's going to help you if you update. Thing is, once you put it in an RFP and your rates are guaranteed, most insurance companies will say, hey, we put it in a proposal, we want it based on that. We've already invested so much, which is why you got the lowball number. They will not update it later in the year. So just something to bear in mind. So when you trend those claims forward, we're now down to line number 10, projected incurred claims. So we're projecting claims of $23,257,000. We then add back in that $510,000 that we backed out for the pooling, and you add that together to give you the $23,767,000. There's capitation. Capitation is not a fee-for-service claim. So the most things that are capitated are chiropractic care and all your lab work. So when you go to Quest, it's a capitated claim. They can charge us whatever they want. We pay them a fixed amount per member per month of capitation. That's one way of containing fee-for-service claims, because the more services providers do, the more they get paid, which is why we've moved a lot of our contracts away from fee-for-service, and capitation is just one of them. So when you add the incurred claims, pooling, and capitation, you then come to $24,440,000. Then you the annualized projected claims, pooling charges, and capitation, all of those together, when you annualize them, pretty much the same, $24,590,000. And then with retention on line 17, that's the Florida Blue administrative cost. And as I said, within that, and it's a fixed, flat 10%, which we negotiated with Lisa a couple of years ago, I believe. Mm-hmm. And that 10% includes state premium taxes and all the ACA charges, health insurance fee and the PCORI fee under the Affordable Care Act, which basically gives you a required premium of $27,346,000. And then we basically divide that by your current annualized premium based on the average enrollment over that period, which was $25,129,000, which we're calling for, at this point in time, an 8.83 increase over your current contingent funding rates. So I know that you had a meeting a few weeks ago in which you were being projected a much higher number. So, but this is based on the contingent funding. So if I were to remove the contingent funding, it actually ends up being a 13.4% increase over the rates that you're currently using for your employees. So that's 13.4. If you were to back out the contingent funding arrangement, you'd be basically down to about 12.5%. And then that's where Lisa, and I would say the reason it's lower than the 20-odd% projection that you may have had from the consultant before, a few things he's probably unaware of. The retention was capped at 10%. He probably wasn't aware of that. He probably applied anywhere between 12 and 14%. The trend factor that we're using is 9.9% on an annualized basis. He was probably using something around 11. And the pooling, you have a high pooling level of 510,000. For a group this size, it's normally around 350,000. But again, what Lisa and I have been doing is, over the years, we've looked at how much Florida Blues charged you for the pooling charges, and how many claims have we actually backed out, and have you been a winner or loser? And at that time, you were paying more in charges than you were getting claims pooled, so we decided to increase the pooling level to decrease the pooling charge. Same thing would apply if you're being self-funded. You look at it on an annualized basis and say, okay, I just want to be at risk for $400,000 on any given claim. And what we will say is, since the passing of the Affordable Care Act, it was very rare for us to see $1 million claims. These days, it's commonplace. I see $2, $3, $4 million claims these days. I got a bill invoice from Tampa General for $8 million last year on one claim. So since they've removed all the limits, you start to see some of these significant claims coming into play. So that's basically where we are today. If you were to renew on a contingent funding arrangement today, it's an 8.8% increase in those rates. And that's the initial illustrative fully insured renewal.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. We're finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Crognelli, agenda item 4390, review and tentative approval of the athletic handbook for the 2020-2021 school year. Mr. Stratton. I know I said his name. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It gives me a chance to welcome Mr. Cornally. Always a pleasure. So,
thank you, Board Chair, board members, Mr. Stratton.
thank you.
So far, you're the 8th person there. Nobody sprayed it or wiped it down.
Well, we can spray him.
Does that make you feel good?
Yep,
Can we spray him?
I'm good. So, what, ready? Okay, so what we, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So what you have in your possession that was passed out is the strikeout copy of the tentative athletic handbook for 2020, 2021 school year, and also a clean copy. Group of assistant principals at the secondary level and ADs and coaches had an opportunity to be on this committee, and we made a few adjustments to the athletic handbook to present to you all today. The cover page, we changed to the new logo, and we corrected the date from 2019, 2020 to 2020-21. And then at the on page 1 at the bottom, we also added that we are now a member of the Gulf Coast 8. That is our 5 high schools in a conference with the 3 citrus high schools. So we made the parents and folks aware of that as well on page 1. Then moving to page 3 in the general rules. Item 2, we cleaned up a little bit of the GPA where we added all high schools in sentence 1 there. Must maintain an overall cumulative unweighted 2.0 GPA. We took out each semester due to it has to be consistent throughout their school year, starting with their freshman year at the end of the fall semester. And then we added for middle school, students must maintain a 2.0 GPA each semester. So we clarified those differences at middle school and high school level with the FHSA rules. Number 4, the last sentence, we added students may attend practice while assigned to in-school suspension with approval of school administration. We tried to get that in there had it last year, but we just wanted to clarify because some were not clear on that rule. And then,
Excuse me, Steve.
Yes, ma'am.
How many students does that include?
In ISS,
Yes.
I don't have that. I
Okay.
don't have that data.
Okay. But if I am in ISS today, I can still come to basketball practice this afternoon. Is that what this says?
If the administration allows it, yes.
Okay.
We were thinking, the reason why we went to that is, and it doesn't have to be that way. I know a few coaches that it may not be that way, but you get in trouble and then you get out of kind of practice. You get to go home and the rest of the guys or gals are there conditioning and doing that. So now if it comes down to games on that night, you don't get to play in a game. So you lose, you can go to practice, but you lose playing in a contest. So that's the difference.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And then in number 7, in the first sentence, we added the word vaping products to kind of mirror what was in the student code of conduct when it comes to the use of tobacco and the possession of alcohol and drugs to try to get the both the student code of conduct and the athletic handbook where discipline was needed to be kind of the same verbiage.
You said tobacco and alcohol. How about vaping?
We added that. That's the word we added, underlined on 7.
Okay.
Vaping products. And then on page 5, down underneath D, policies and crowd control, the second paragraph there, it would be the first sentence still, but lines 2 and 3, we eliminated Florida Interscholastic Athletic Association and corrected it to FHSAA, which is the Florida High School Athletic Association. On page 6, in the high school, in the chart there, we took out the admission for football games is now $7 from $6, and other sports it's gone from $4 to $5.
Is there any discount for families?
The schools will do, schools at their discretion will do like a family membership where they may pay I don't know, I'll say, use the number because I'm unsure of it, $75, and then that family could have a pass and they can get and do whatever sports they, maybe $100, but those are available at some schools. And then on page 7, we, the FHSAA Form EL3, which is the physical form, has been revised. So it's no longer the revision date we included as April 20th. And then down at the bottom of that page, where the paperwork is, the last wording there, we added the collection of forms may vary from school to school because most of the schools now are doing it all online where the parents go online and go through a portal, which helps the ADs with the accuracy of the paperwork being completed because they're not cleared, the parents aren't cleared, the athlete's not cleared until all that paperwork's there. So the ADs have a better, instead of manually going through each person to make sure everything's correct and all is there. And then on page 8, underneath it's kind of in the middle there underneath of the page where it says issues not appropriate to discuss with coaches. Item 2, along with strategies, we added and/or personnel. And that kind of helped with the playing time and starting. You can set up a meeting to do that, but not right after games when there's a heat of the moment or something like that. And then finally, on page 9, Ms. Kennedy's position, we added Ms. Don Williams, who's now the Director of Federal Programs and Academic Services. And that is the athletic handbook to be approved for 2023.
Great job.
Y'all have any questions?
Not at all.
Anybody? Guess it's up to me, Steve.
Yes, ma'am, it is. Thank you.
You take care. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa, no, sit down.
Just when you thought you were able to get out.
This is not having to do with the handbook, and I don't even know if it's a good time, but we talked about the reopening of schools this morning, but we didn't talk about athletics and the reopening of, what are y'all shaking your heads for? What?
He's got a plan.
Right. But we didn't discuss that, and it is of vital importance given the timeline if we open according to schedule. And I know the National Association of High School Athletics came out with an extensive plan for guidance, and the state has done some. I know other organizations have done some. Can you share with us, would it be okay, Mr. Stratton, if he talks to us about that?
Okay.
Okay. You might want to, because I'm putting him on.
I think I have it on my head. But
I know I'm putting him on the spot, and I don't mean to do that, but it just occurred to me about athletics
yes, ma'am.
with opening.
Yeah, so we were concerned about our athletes not, being off for so long with spring break and then not going back to school. So we were worried about our athletes and their conditioning. So we kind of did some research, spoke to some other counties, waited for the FHSA to kind of give us some guidelines, which they really haven't given much. So we took from different organizations, National High School Federation of Sports and Athletics. We took their guidelines, and we started last week. We put the plan together and asked for it to be approved. And so what we've done is the kids are getting their temperatures taken at the conditioning sessions. We brought fall back first only, not all full sports, no basketball, just the fall sports, just get them started. They go in groups of 10 for social distancing. We call them pods, so there's maybe 20 kids, only 90-minute workouts at this time. And if we can get through those phases where they have the same coach, the same exact kids, they can't, if their schedules are changed for work, they shouldn't be going to a morning session like it used to be. They've got to stay with their group of kids. And then when that goes well, after 2 weeks, which would be next week, we will bring back all sports that want to practice, but they have to go through the same. We increase the amount of time of conditioning, but we'll also increase the pods, but we'll maintain the social distancing, the temperature checks. They have a questionnaire they fill out every day, and so we're working on that to get us to the July 27th date when I believe it is, when they can officially start and the FHSA takes back over the athletic calendar.
Do the coaches have enough thermometers to do the checks quickly and efficiently?
Yes, the district was gracious enough. Ms. Martin had dropped off extra ones to me for the high schools, and I gave them out to the ADs. And I also will be getting middle school ones because we are starting the middle schools July 20th. I just spoke to the middle school ADs this week about starting during that phase because their season starts a little later than the high schools, fall sports.
How does this play out with the actual contests, football games and crowds and
that is
et cetera?
We had an ADs meeting today, and that is our next step to do the research. Is how are we going to bring, what is the picture going to be for the number of fans to come into a ball game? Is it going to be just you can come, or is it going to be limited? And how are we going to do that? Do suffice parents who want to see their children play, plus keep the spirit of academics with school pride and everything, letting the students go in? I haven't really heard that. Want to speak to transportation as far as even like the buses. If you listen to the plan, it's 4 buses to take to like a football game. That's kind of cost because the FHSA, the officials' fees are going up this year. So, without those are the concerns with limited gates, because the gates is what helps mostly pay for the officials, as you know, and then pays the extra goes towards replacing uniforms or other things like items like that. So
you're working on that. Do you have some kind of a timeline in mind to have those decisions made by, so that the public and schools will know what those decisions are and how this is going to be enacted?
Yeah, well, I met with the high school athletic directors today, and we meet every Tuesday morning through Microsoft Team, and those were the questions that we were talking about today. I think it needs to be wrapped up, or at least have somewhat of an idea when they start official practices.
Because when is it first? Okay, let me ask this. Preseason games, are you all doing them?
As of right now, the jamborees are, yes, all the contests are still.
And when is that first date? Do you have that?
I'm going to have to guesstimate on that one, but if you're looking at.
It's like the 3rd week in August, maybe?
Yes, because the official start date for Phase 4 and beyond, which is what we call the FHSA takes back over. That's the first week of football, volleyball practice, is July 27th. So I would say 3 weeks after that date, that Friday or that Thursday would be the
preseason.
The scrimmages or the classics and stuff. Yes. So
you do have a vast timeline to.
Yeah, as far as like the rules and stuff, that is what we're looking at now and seeing what other counties are going to do or requesting their fans and base to do as well. So that was what we were talking about today.
And yes, I would think we would need to know what other counties are doing, because we play in other surrounding counties. Right. And we also have them come to us. So,
so we
needs to somewhat, I think, you need to be kind of all on the same page, at least in our local area with who we compete against.
Especially with the Pasco schools or the Citrus schools, we lean on them because it's our conference. So we need to definitely be on the same page so that parents know what's they get used to that. Oh, it's a conference game. At least that's what. No matter what home field you go to, you're kind of used to what the policies and procedures are.
Does anyone else have questions about athletics, decide on reopening? Thank you a bunch, Steve.
Thank you.
Next up, we have agenda item ID number 4363, review and tentative approval of the revised student code of conduct for the 2020-2021 school year. Mr. Stratton.
Yes, I'd like to welcome Joe Clausa, Director of Student Services. Welcome as you present the code of conduct for the coming year. Thank you.
Okay. It's set up here. Where's the... Where's the flash drive? Mr. Amado, or is closer up here? Where is it? I'm looking. Oh, I can't even see it. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties here. Heel stretch. Ooh, wrong one. Okay, I got it. Okay. I think so. Just have to be patient with me. That's all right. Oh, that's not it. I know. All right, there we go. Thank you. Oh. Okay, good afternoon, board chair, board members, and Mr. Stratton. My name is Jill Kalasa, and I am the Director of Student Services. And I'm here today to review the recommended revisions to the Student Code of Conduct. I just want to thank the committee. We had Ms. Cropley, Mr. Crognally, can't remember everybody, but it was representatives of each level of school. We had a parent, we had a student representative from the school board, so we had a great representation that we conducted through Microsoft Teams. In your packet or online, you should have an outline of revisions that shows the page numbers and where the changes are. And I do have to apologize because the strike through, we were asked to, it's not the normal process, and when we did, it really did mess up the formatting quite a bit. So this one online looks a little messy. But that's not how it's going to look, of course, when it's printed. So, you ready to start? Okay. So, the cover page, of course, the year is updated to 2021. And then on the second page, we have Mr. Stratton's updated message from the superintendent. And you'll stop me if you have any questions, of course. The table of comments, contents, I'll just note, once everything is finalized, those pages will be adjusted if they need to be. The pages are a little bit off on this due to the formatting. We go to page 5, and all of this stays the same. I'm going, let's see. All right, so page 5, we were fortunate enough to have Ms. Renahan from Office of Safe Schools on our committee. So we had asked, this verbiage has not been updated in quite a while. So what you see in the blue, you can see it kind of gets a lot of information there. But that was all updated to just reflect the appropriate verbiage as far as removal of a student from school. That includes law enforcement and DCF investigator. And then on page 6, the same thing we did. There's some verbiage, little words, upon was changed to with. And then on page 6, canine search, Ms. Renahan updated that verbiage as well. We had old verbiage and changed it to, in the schools, on school grounds, there's an element of safety. These are measures intended to provide students trained sniff screening instead of drug sniffing dogs, etc. So that verbiage was just updated. No procedures were changed. And then we go to page 7, which this is what administrators really rely on, is this document. We usually make it so it's a quick cheat sheet of what's on each level, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. And you can see the movements. There's a few lines there that we changed, but I'll refer to that as I go through the codes when we'll talk about it a little bit more. Okay. So profanity was moved to level 2. Theft was updated. Level 3, alcohol, breaking and entering and stealing, those were assessors, so that will be reflected when we get to those sections. And then we go to page 9, which is supposed to be page 9, but the pages are a little bit off here, as you can see. We added, there is a CCEIS equity initiative this year, so we wanted to reflect MTSS and interventions that are going to be utilized across the board in our schools. So we just added a little line here about MTSS. and that here are the interventions. Not significant changes, but these are the interventions that we listed that administrators or deans or TOSAs can quickly reflect on. If it's a level 1, here's some things you could do. Here's the level 2 or 3. Here are some suggestions. It doesn't mean it has to be done on this page, but these are suggestions and pretty much what our practices are in our county. So these are the changes there. And then we go to, we added the strategic plan, and this, we had a miscommunication. We didn't want to open it up again. This will be moved to the front by the introduction with the strategic plan and the area that this falls under. The guiding principles is a blurb that the committee provided to basically to state that through direct instruction, positive reinforcement, replacement behaviors can be achieved. Student success is relying on collaboration. And it's basically just stating that PBIS will be utilized when we're at a Tier 1 level to support our students in our schools. Okay. Then we go to page 11. Seems like every year we have a change under cell phone. So the committee, we had 2 groups that split up, and we had smartwatch GPS tracker with recording and our transmitting capability. A lot of kids, a lot of us are wearing smartwatches. So we added those in there as part of the listing of devices. And then the verbiage there about they should be put away and turned off if they don't have permission. And then smartwatches, of course, are on the wrist, but cannot be used for recording or transmitting without permission, because we understand that parents want to track, their students and know where they are. So we added that in there. And then we go to page, tell me if I'm going too fast, page 13, profanity. The committee went in great detail. Last year we had a continuum for insubordination, where we have a level 1 for insubordination, a level 2, and a level 3. So we had the same discussion about profanity. So level 1 would be inappropriate language. Level 2 would be general profanity, where maybe someone's walking down the hallway and yelling some vulgar language. And then level 3 would be profanity at staff. So we did move profanity to a level 2. Okay. And then pages 15 through 21, if there's any questions, there was a new assessor draft rule that was completed. And we went in and we just took the definitions right out of there. We copied what was exactly that was provided by the state on that draft rule. And so that's the changes. Other than a couple of them, it doesn't change anything else. It's just the word is... the words are identical to what DOE has under assessor. We do have tobacco that changed to 21, as you all probably know. Theft and larceny, the amount is less than $750. So we just kept going in and just updating it to match. What they told me, I had conversations with Julie Collins at DOE, and they said that they wanted everything to match the law as much as possible.
I have a question. In the assessor listings, okay, no, I'll back up. In our listing, we have it as aggravated battery. In assessor, from what I was reading, they just say battery. So why do we add aggravated?
On level 4? When I read it, it's coded as battery, but we put aggravated in parens because that's the definition they were using. We did that in the old one before, and now they matched it up to aggravated battery. I can double check that, make sure.
Because what I received,
I don't have it with me. Why does it say aggravated in there?
no, well, vice versa. Doesn't matter. What I have on the assessor rule does not indicate aggravated battery. It just said battery, so I wasn't sure. We've got, and I'll take that back. We say aggravated battery. They've got aggravated battery. But they also have physical attack, an actual and intentional striking of another person against his or her will, or the intentional causing of bodily harm to an individual.
Under battery or under physical attack?
Physical attack, but in parentheses, they put battery.
Okay.
But they also have
battery, aggravated
battery.
Yes, yes.
So
I'll go back and check that.
Okay.
And make sure it lines up. It
Yep.
was, it was a lot to change.
Yeah, they did a lot. There is no doubt about that. They also have a listing, and we have sexual assault, sexual battery, sexual harassment. They also list sexual offenses, and then in parentheses, other. And they give a definition, as they do for everything. I don't see that listed in our handbook.
Sexual offenses?
Yeah, that a separate category.
It's on page 21.
Help me, okay.
It's other sexual conduct or contact, including intercourse without force or threat of force. Page 21.
No, I'm going back. I'm going backwards to something else, just to make. I found it there.
Assessor's important. It's okay. Go through it, each one.
I stand corrected, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't think it was in this section.
Oh, okay.
But it is there.
Okay.
And in weapons possession,
Yes. Go ahead. I just.
okay. We say firearms. Is that correct?
Possession of a firearm or any instrument, yes.
Okay, what?
You want me to check that one too? And something might have happened when it was formatted.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of.
It might, yeah, so.
It's kind of hard to follow it.
Let me
Okay,
see.
so you'll check on that.
I will double check and just make
Okay.
sure it's absolutely lined up. But let me look at the one that I like.
All right,
And
now,
it's
now,
clean.
but, okay, now go back to the little red, the boxes.
Page 7?
Yes.
Okay.
There it says firearms, weapons. Should that just not be plain old weapons possession?
Oh, yeah, it should be. Definitely. Good catch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I righted my previous.
You get that one. Yep. No, that's why I need multiple eyes. You know,
Oh,
you look at- it's a big document.
It
Yes.
is, and it does impact the data that the state uses to,
Absolutely.
in some cases, even fund some particular things.
No, that was a good catch.
I'm sorry, so go ahead.
I lost my place. What are Let me think. Okay, I started on Cesar, which was page 15, right? And I'm
Yes,
going to
you were-
double
you did
check.
15 through 19, I
Yeah,
thought.
15 through 19 is all the Cesar draft rule. I do want to let the board know there are two, if you look at threat and intimidation on page 22, we have always had these three criteria: intent, fear, and capability, and those were removed. When I received the draft rule, I called up to Ms. Collins. I said, is this correct? Am I reading this right? And she said, yes. They wanted it to match the law. So we'll be going over that and discussing that when we train on this. Ms. Renahan and I both, and we will be, we have Ms. Collins coming in that will be training the staff. She sent out some dates, so I think we have a tentative date where she's going to come, because I think that'll help with, the new assessor definitions, or the, more appropriate definitions. So that one and sexual assault took out those 3 criteria. Any other questions on the assessor codes? Okay. Page 22, we just deleted a word from due process, and it kind of goes down to there's arson, major disruption on campus. My copy looks a little better. And then we also aligned what Mr. Crognally's just presented under due process, where we aligned that with the athletic handbook. So that matches his handbook. And then I want to take you down to page 26. We had a request to update this flow chart. Nothing changed with students with disabilities. And this copy is not great because it shows all the arrow changes. But it has, we have a level 4 box that we added that points to what can happen if a student has a level 4 discipline and is referred for expulsion. So we feel like this chart has a good explanation of if it's multiple level 3s, the middle option. If it's a level 4, it would be these 2 options. And of course, if it's not an expellable offense, they can go to the district student intervention committee, and that was the other change, was we added the word student to the name of that committee this year. And we did have an increase in that. That's a big discussion we've had with administrators for those students that are repeat disciplines, such as multiple gross insubordinations, to use that process. It's a really good process, and we would like to do that. And our goal is to make copies of that, and that when parents receive a referral or a letter from the administrator saying they're being referred for pre-expulsion, we would like that flow chart, not this one, but the finalized flow chart, to be sent so that it's a clear flow chart for parents to understand these are what the possible outcomes are. Okay? And I think that's it. That's it. Anything else?
Any other questions?
Okay. Ms. Duvall, I'll go through those and double check them.
Appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item up is agenda item 4380, presentation and information regarding the purchase of services of equal opportunity schools for all high schools, and an estimated amount of $112,800. Mr. Stratton.
Yes, just want to welcome back EOS, and I know it's been a good year, or seems like a year already. I don't know if it is or not, but we're excited about the continued relationship. So, Mr. Morris, if you'll start us out, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Board members, Superintendent John Stratton. Today, we're going to present about equal opportunity schools. I know we came to you guys last summer and presented the idea of equal opportunity schools coming in Hernando County and working with our 5 high schools as far as increasing access to AP for our underserved students, well, AP, IB, and ACE as well. Before I let Dr. Conrad talk, she's going to review some of the data as far as what next year is going to look like with the work that she's done with the 5 high schools this year. I just wanted to point out a couple of highlights of things that have happened throughout the year to prepare for next year as well. Just going into this year alone, we actually, to get ahead, the schools added almost 500 AP, IB, or ACE tests going into this year already. We don't have the results back yet for those tests. AP has notified me July 15th is the date that we'll start to get results for AP. I haven't heard on IB and ACE yet as far as those results coming in. A couple other things. Kevin Maloney from the College Board. I always want to thank him. If you haven't met him, he works with us quite a bit. We don't have a partnership with the College Board, but he does work with us because he lives within the county. Thanks to Kevin, we're able to send 29 teachers this summer to an AP Summer Institute on scholarships that they will not have to use AP funding to go to those. So that saves us, thousands of dollars in PD for those teachers. One of those teachers is from Nature Coast to go to an AP seminar class because Nature Coast is going to be adding the AP capstone diploma to their school as well. They'll be our third high school to add that. And if you're not familiar with the AP capstone diploma, it's a passing of 4 AP exams as well as passing an AP seminar and an AP research course, which colleges look highly upon. So it's a big deal to have 3 high schools in our district who are going to be adding it. I wouldn't be surprised if the other 2 eventually add it. And then one last thing I want to talk about, a big reason we brought EOS on was starting with the strategic plan last year, working with Mrs. Michaelica and Mr. Stratton. The strategic plan, you see a lot of bolded points for advanced classes opportunities for a lot of our subgroups that we have in our district. This is a big opportunity, and we're not just talking about high school. We're doing some planning in the elementary and middle school levels as well. Pine Grove Elementary adding the pre-ACE program. We have 5 middle schools who are adding pre-AP next year. They're going to have 3 courses that they're going to be offering for pre-AP to help kids prep for the AP, IB, and ACE courses as well. 2Hernando Middle School also have middle years ACE program, and Fox Chapel with the middle years IB program. So we're focusing a lot to give these kids opportunities. By the time they get to high school, they're going to have all kinds of opportunities for advanced courses, and that was the idea behind this. EOS is a part of that as well. Other than that, I'm going to get to the data piece, and I'll let Dr. Conrad take over from here as far as what she wants to review. As far as the increase in AP that we're going to have again next year, I will tell you we've added, and she's going to go more into depth of the data, we have over 500 students next year that'll be first-time test takers in AP, IB, or ACE programs. So that's another 500 kids, and this is only juniors and seniors. We're not even including the freshmen and sophomores yet. So that's a huge jump as far as advanced courses go. So I'll let her discuss the data, though, because she understands it a lot better than I do.
I can't see my glasses are fogged up. So just so you know, I want to say...
Turn the...
Just so you know, John said, I want you to show up and just answer some questions, okay? So if I look a little confused, that's why. So I'm assuming that this chart that we're seeing now was originally the chart when we started off. And so as you can see, there were quite a few empty spaces in the dotted lines. First, I'd like to thank all of the administrators at each of the schools. They did a fantastic job of leading this work. And they had a group of people that were working with them and was embraced by everyone. And so I'd really like to give them credit where credit is due. So as we talked about the targeted populations, we wanted to make sure that each of the juniors and seniors from all demographics had at least one AP, ACE, or IB class before they left for college, or whatever their post-secondary plans were. So you can see the blue is where we started, and the green is where we finished by demographic, which is very impressive, by the way. We did have a separate SMARTY goal for African American male students, worked with each of the schools to identify African American students that were on the outreach list, because even though our research has found, even though we have African American Black students on the outreach list, they don't get a conversation, they don't get encouraged, they don't get followed up across our portfolio. So we ask each of the schools to pay specific attention and to have a goal of 50%, and they did a really nice job with that. Any questions about the chart? And as I mentioned, these are just your juniors and seniors. And we can go through and you can see by high school And so I do want to point out that when I met with you before, Springstead looked like it had this enormous gap, and there was a data error of some sort. It looked like, as it turned out, it looked like they were counting AP and IB separately, so the gap looked to be much larger than it really was, so I want to apologize to you directly, Ms. Duvall. But as you can see, they did a great job. And then targeted students, again, are going to be our low income and students of color. So we always want the green to be more than the blue. And again, you can see by demographic, just impressive stuff, right? Okay, and you can see this is the course request for AP IB. And it looks like Springstead. This is the entire district. Here's Springstead. Obviously, when you're looking at Central High School, we have another chart that shows the ACE addition. And so they're not going to have AP. They weren't, they added some students. So you can see that they doubled the number of AP students, but you really see the gains in their ACE. And so here's that. So for first-time students in ACE, they added 43 first-time students. And you can see the numbers of students. The green, which is a little difficult to see here, are students that are taking both AP and ACE, which is really what we push for. Okay. And this is Hernando High School. And again, we had a goal at each of the schools, and Ms. Booker really embraced this work and did a nice job. Nature Coast is where I think you see this huge jump. And Ms. Noyes really took this on as a leader and was blown away by the number of students that were in her school that were really interested in AP. Okay, and then we have Wiki Wachi, which added another 100 students, and visiting with Mr. LaBarbera and Ms. Shelby, they still are adding students to this day. So you can see this is just a list of survey percentage, and we'll do the same, go through the same process again. But I think this is a good chart to show you the increased participation as a whole. Now, obviously, it's one thing to put students into the class. So we've been working with the school teams to make sure they stay in the class, make sure that they have a response to intervention that is going to have frequent updates, especially for all first-time AP, IB, or ACE takers. And so we continue the work of supporting the students once they are in the class.
Do you find that any of the students who were the target population now reach out to their buddies or their friends and encourage them as well?
Yeah, so you'll see throughout the years that it just starts growing, right? And we use student voice to encourage students to join. And so part of our outreach goal was to have students who are currently in AP or experienced AP to reach out. We've done a lot of work around belonging and welcoming, two of the biggest barriers. So talking with principals and teachers about how to address the belonging issue of students in their first AP class. So the answer is yes.
If I didn't have this mask on, you could see my smile.
Oh, good. Thank you. Any other questions?
Anyone else? It's looking really good, and I appreciate your work with the schools. It is we are beginning to see some really good benefits, and I think that will continue. It is a comprehensive process in place to engage more students, identify those students, engage them, keep them, work with them, and get them through. And it's a beautiful thing to see when this happens. So thank you so much.
You're welcome very much. And I think it's important to let you know that as we progress, we'll have things like grade reports to show you the before and after. We'll keep track of scores. And so as a result, you'll see over time that this will grow. The number of students that are taking AP test, IB test, and ACE test will actually cause your scores to go up. And a lot of times people don't believe that until they see it. But
I think we'll be looking forward to seeing those reports and hearing from you on a regular basis, John.
Absolutely. My goal is to make sure that you guys are the next AP College Board District of the Year.
Yes.
Just going to say, we're looking forward to the award that our partners to the south just got.
It's my goal.
Make it quick. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next item up.
Where you going, John?
Oh.
Yeah, John, where are you?
Right here.
Agenda item ID 4384, presentation and information regarding the purchase of Ingenuity Online and Credit Recovery course for an estimated amount of $228,495. Mr. Stratton.
Yes, I'd like to welcome back John Morris and his team, Supervisor of Secondary Programs. Welcome, Mr. Morris.
All right. Good afternoon, Board Chair, Board members, Superintendent Mr. Stratton. We're here today to present the Ingenuity renewal. We're going to go over some data first and then talk about why are there some increases in the cost compared to some years past. First thing I'll talk about as far on my end, on the academic services end, when you look at the 3-year comparison on the sheet that I have right here, our data does look poor this year as far as students being enrolled and being completers, and a huge part of that was to obviously going remote with the students having to work from home. Typically, your credit recovery type of students are the ones who are not motivated to do this on their own. So when you take them out of a lab or a classroom where they're working on credit recovery and we're expecting them to get on there still at Ingenuity at home and finish, they're not very motivated. That completely destroyed the data. It looks awful this year. I'll flat out admit that. Another piece of that is we pulled the data on May 21st to ensure we had it in time for board presentation time. There are still students working through Ingenuity through credit recovery right now. So, when you look at the data next year, we're going to have a bunch of kids still credit recovering. We have middle schools. Their data is really low. Again, these kids typically wait till the last minute, like, oh, I'm not going to go up to high school next year if I don't finish. Please get me in credit recovery now. So 4th 9 weeks is typically that money time to get these kids completed. Not always the case. We have a lot to try to front load, but that's typically what happens. So we have middle schools currently having kids on Ingenuity right now, doing summer school to get recovered, to get those up there. So that would be why you see such a decrease in the data compared to last year. As far as completion and grades, again, completion's way down when you take away almost an entire 9 weeks of having a kid in there. While we set target dates and goals, again, it doesn't start hitting the kids until 4th 9 weeks. That's when they're just, all right, I need to stay focused and get on it. And it can also depend on the environment that they have at the school compared to when they go to home. As far as we always include the graduation rates. While we don't think credit recovery is a huge factor in that, it does play a role in it. Giving the kids the opportunity to credit recovery online, not having to require a teacher to use an entire line to credit recover kids. While we encourage grade repair, it's in our progression plan. It is not required by teachers to grade repair. So sometimes that can be a wall to getting these kids through the first time. But credit recovery has been a huge help to our graduation rates, and we have seen an increase to that. One thing I wanted to address, I think it was Linda, you had an inquiry about what we were doing in case kids were cheating or anything like that. I know we addressed it last year, and we talked about it I had brought the credit recovery guide, and we made some changes to it. One of the major things we did, we went with the lockdown browser that Edgenuity was able to offer to us. And we still did that this year with the lockdown browser. We still have our policies and procedures, how each school is supposed to follow. I'm not in there at each individual school to ensure everything is happening that exact way. I'm not ruling out cheating happens. It could. Just like any classroom environment, cheating could happen. We can't do anything to ensure that it doesn't happen. But as far as cheating happening, I haven't had anything brought to my attention like it's a mass thing. I do meet with principals. Anytime we talk credit recovery, data chats, all that stuff, it's never been brought to my attention where it's a mass thing that's happening. There probably are little individual pockets of it happening within schools, but it hasn't been brought to me that there's a major issue and that we need to start to address this. And if it's not getting back to me, just let me know, because then we can start to address it. But I just haven't been made aware of it to have to put in any different policies and procedures to ensure that it's not happening. We have it in there with the guide. No devices are out. The lockdown browser, if you're in a lab with the lab manager, they should be walking around the room, unlocking exams when needed, everything like that. We don't want them doing credit recovery at home. We tell them don't do it at home. Obviously, schools will call me if there's an exception that needs to be made. Hey, I have a kid who's way behind. I need them to be working at home. Then we work something out. But overall, these kids have a class period that they're supposed to be working on the credit recovery. If there's anything else you're hearing, don't hesitate to contact me and say, this is what I'm getting told, because I haven't heard it yet. That's all I'm saying.
I just wanted to ask you, it says in the instructions that students are assigned to it. Who are they assigned by? And is the teacher consulted? I'm just wondering, perhaps a student, maybe if the teacher was consulted, the teacher could come up with some assignments or whatever. Like, who makes the decision that a student goes to credit recovery?
At first, it's the student who makes the decision. Now, typically that's not. Well, once the student fails a course, then it's the students fail the course. It wouldn't be a teacher's decision as far as credit recovery or anything. Like, if you're a junior and you fail one semester of a course and you don't have a grade high enough to pass you for the year, you're going to have to do credit recovery to get that semester up. So the student ideally would initiate, it's in the guide that the student should be initiating the contact with their school counselor saying, here's a form, I want to do credit recovery. Again, these kids are low motivated typically with the credit recovery, so the guidance counselors usually just look, hey, this kid has to be in credit recovery. We place them into a lab with a teacher, and they work on their credit recovery there. So the teacher assigns them whatever they need. What we do in our district is, if you say you only need a first 9 weeks to pass a semester, say, first 9 weeks you got a 50, you got an F. And then second 9 weeks, you got a 60. So you're at a 55 for the semester. You failed, but you only need to really recover that first 9 weeks to bring you up for a passing grade. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So that student can only be assigned first 9 weeks of whatever course they failed, and then that brings them up for the semester. But once the kid fails the course, the semester, it's not consulted with the teacher, because now they go into credit recovery. Because we used to have it where credit recovery was done by teachers, where it was almost like a packet format. And that wasn't very effective for students, where you go in their credit recovery class for, say, a math course, and you got several packets throughout the 9 weeks or the semester, and you could, say, complete them in 2 weeks and be done with the course. And that wasn't very effective for kids, because you're doing packets on stuff that you struggled with the first time. At least with Ingenuity, you're getting videos, you're getting instruction, everything like there's a lot that comes with it, and it's strict. There's no subjective grading. It's either you get it or you don't. It's just, it's multiple choice, open-ended questions, all that. So it's just straight, here, can you prove you can master the standards? If you can, then yes, you pass the course.
But it's up to the student to initiate being assigned to Edgenuity. Like, a guidance counselor doesn't push it, or... No, I'm just trying to understand the process. Ideally, yes, we want the student to initiate it, but it's not happening as much as you would like. So typically the guidance counselor has a report, and they're the ones calling kids down saying, hey, you need credit recovery, or they're creating a schedule for them, they need credit recovery.
because otherwise, if I fail a class freshman year, I may wait till senior year to recover it. And before you know it, you have 3 or 4 that you might need to recover, and now it's panic time. So ideally, your focus is juniors and seniors to get them done first, but then after that, you're trying to get kids done with it so you're not waiting till the last minute to do it.
Thank you.
So, John, if the student has failed the course and I'm the teacher in the course, do I set the standards for what the student needs to do with Edgenuity? Do I monitor the student in Ingenuity? How does that process work?
No, we have our courses edited. We've had teachers edit them throughout the years. We bring them in every so often. We get them to edit the standards to follow what our curriculum guides say. So, for example, Algebra 1, whatever is in the first 9 weeks, and Ingenuity is going to be in the same first 9 weeks that we have on our curriculum guides with the district. So we try to change them and keep them with what the district pace is as much as we can. It just varies as far as courses go. So if you're missing certain standards in first 9 weeks, because you failed the first 9 weeks, you're going to see the same standards when you do recovery. So you should be able to prove that you've mastered those standards if you pass the course.
If I'm the teacher, is that proven to me, or is that proven to the lab manager or the person responsible for the Ingenuity experience? I'm not clear about that, John.
It's whoever, the Ingenuity lab manager or the teacher that's assigned. Different schools have the option to do it different ways. You can do a lab, if you're strapped with allocations, you may be using a lab manager. Some schools have found it to be an effective tool where they put the teacher in the class with them to be able to monitor kids while they do it. But it all gets reported back as far as the Ingenuity computer grade goes.
So I think some of the question there is, if I'm a teacher and this student has failed my class, is there anything am I involved with that at all now? At that point, unless I am now the teacher that's going to do the same recovery of that, it's done. It now moves to a recovery teacher. And the original teacher who gave I shouldn't say gave a failing grade, that a student earned a failing grade in, that's over. That's done. It's now assigned to a different teacher. I'm not going to say, at times it could be the same teacher. Right. They could do their own recovery, so they would have a say-so in that. But as soon as it's assigned to a new teacher, that's it. I think that's what you were asking.
I think that's what I am asking. Okay.
So when the student is working on the recovery, are they falling behind because it's like they're repeating a course? Or
no, they're probably losing an elective to be in a lab course.
So there is some credit.
And credit recovery. I'm sorry. Okay. Credit recovery also counts for an elective. So you're able to not only do you recover that course, but you get an elective credit also. Does that make sense? So you wouldn't fall behind as far as credits go, because you have to have a certain amount of electives to graduate as well. So you'd still be getting an elective credit while you're also recovering a credit that you needed.
So that almost seems like double credit to me. You're getting credit for the course and credit for an elective. Is that correct?
Well, in essence, one is credit for an elective. The other is a replacement grade, which
like
then would issue credit.
2 for 1. It seems.
Yeah, and that's set up by the state.
That's how the state has set it up for us, yeah.
Wow. I can see if I'm a student and not doing well or not liking a teacher, I'm looking at that option.
Yeah.
And the other side of that, though, is if you're sitting in class, you're earning FTE. I mean, you're getting credit somewhere along the line. So there's really no blank, if that makes sense.
Right. And, talking with principals, kids aren't trying to get an Ingenuity on purpose. It's not a big thing where kids are talking and are trying to get into it, because Ingenuity can be very tough and rigorous, depending on the teacher you have. So there are kids they go into Ingenuity and they say it's too hard. They either want to try to take the course over with the teacher again or something else, because I have not heard that it's super easy. My last year in the classroom, I was over an Ingenuity class, and I can assure you, as far as math goes, it did cover the standards. And it was rigorous as well, and they had some instructional videos along with it as well. So they're getting more instruction. Again, it could just be they had a bad 9 weeks. There's all kinds of different situations as far as what happened. But I don't think there's you might have a handful of kids who say, I just don't want to do anything this year in a teacher's class. I'm just going to do Ingenuity. but I don't think we're talking majority there. I think that's a very small amount of kids.
Okay, so it you said can be, it should be actually rigorous, right?
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Last thing I'll talk about is the cost before I let if you have any questions about data with the other groups that are up here that use Ingenuity as well. You will notice an increase in the cost. One thing was, as far as academic services we did bring the cost down a little bit. There's a couple things that were added in the last couple years that we've had to account for. One thing I'll talk about is that Endeavor and Discovery is Coach Crognale now has elementary kids who are there to try to get caught up to overage elementary kids. So while we got it for free last year, we got the program to be able to use for free last year as a pilot. Now we have to pay for it. That's why it wasn't in the cost last year. We were able to talk to Ingenuity. Hey, we're going to try out some overage elementary kids. Do you have a program we can use? And if you have any questions about it, Coach Crognale the whole year is telling me it is a great resource. He enjoyed using it. It helped those kids a lot. On the other side, the Brooksville CSI school. Last year was prorated because they had paid in the middle of the year. They don't have a certified teacher on campus to cover every single class. So part of the thing with using Ingenuity is you have to have a certified teacher attached to the course. They don't have one for every single course for a kid to use it. So what Ingenuity does have is a program that you can basically purchase their teachers to be certified teachers. It's audited by the state and it's allowed, where we use their license of a certified teacher to use at Brooksville CSI. So it costs us money, but in essence can save us money because they can use 2 teachers to be under that realm. Does that make sense? So we're paying $70,000 to use a certified teacher through Ingenuity. So what is it? Social studies and science. So they can be used. So those kids can take the courses through Ingenuity, but we'll use their certified teacher. So that's why you see an increase in cost for Ingenuity. Credit recovery and everything like that went down a few $1,000s from what we've spent because we've kind of cut down on some things. Last year we added the unlimited at the school sites, which has helped high schools schedule kids because with the licenses, you're limited to how many kids you can schedule. Now we've gone to unlimited. Schools have been more flexible with how they schedule the kids in credit recovery classes, which the high school principal's feedback was that helped a ton this year because then they can open up more lines for other courses and everything like that. What that also helped was we included Sophia Watson's adult ed program with the Nature Coast license as well, which has saved them money overall. I think close to $10,000 saved them. 12. So while it looks like a lot, it's because we've added some things, but at the same time, we have saved money overall when you look at it. The Brooksville CSI was the big one that's added a big chunk to it, as well as adding a new program and a Discovery.
But didn't Kendra just say something about us losing or reduction in funds for that? So it's, less money to run the program, and we're upping the costs at the same time. So it's not a good feeling to be in this position.
No, and I know we're looking at possibly CARES Act with Ingenuity. I know we're discussing that tomorrow, some more in depth. If that winds up working out, then obviously that saves us a ton of money as well. Some other districts have used CARES Act, but it is something we've put on the table to talk about.
I think it's something that probably should be talked about.
Yep.
And did I just read something recently about they don't have laptops or computers at that school now? There's something. It was really strange.
My school?
Yes.
Oh, Brooksville Academy? No, we have computer. We have a computer lab. Some are having to be fixed right now.
Okay.
But they have a large computer lab with 20, and there's another one that's 9 computers, and 5 of those are used only for GED. But we did request some in our Title I Part D.
Maybe that's, okay.
Maybe that's what you're hearing. Ms. Kennedy, we just worked on that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It is a hefty increase. There's no doubt about that. Any other questions? You have some more, John, for us?
Just kind of showing you the data with some of the other programs that we use it. This is Sophia Watson's Adult High and co-enrolled, how they use Ingenuity. You've seen, as you look at the data, total enrollment percent complete has gone up with the exception of last year with total enrollment for the co-enrolled.
Why did it drop? Okay.
So the stronger we get in credit recovery in the daytime, the more those numbers of co-enroll drop for me in the nighttime, because those students don't have to come back in the evening to earn that credit back. They can do it during their lab at school. So that's a positive indicator that it's working in the daytime. So that what we're getting now is strictly adult high school students.
Okay.
So I expect that number to probably go up with everything that's happened this year, next year for her co-enrolled. Here's her number of graduates. You've seen a steady increase in the last 3 years from there too. And if you guys have any questions, again, Coach Crognale uses it at Endeavor and Discovery, and it's been a very effective tool there as far as getting kids back to their schools. I don't have their data as far as graduation rates and everything, but he definitely doesn't want it to go away, and I'm trying not to tell him no. He scares me.
Can you double check on the DJJ using computers?
I don't understand what do you want me to check?
Let me get with you.
Go ahead.
Let me get with you after.
Okay, no problem.
That's it as far as data goes.
It's just begun, John.
I know.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
No problem.
Okay, that concludes the workshop listing of items. Mr. Alfonso, do you have
Got
comments?
nothing. Thank you, ma'am.
Linda, any comments?
I would just like to say congratulations to our newest elected school board member, Mr. Guadagnino.
Kay?
No, I have nothing.
Jimmy? Nothing. Gus?
No, I'm good, thank you.
John?
No, ma'am.
And at 5:14 p.m. on June 23rd, the workshop for the school board is completed. Thank you.